guess I'll pass it over to Hobbyist then, since you're a little bit aware of this. Does this help the decentralization of Bitcoin?
So maybe from the decentralization side of Bitcoin holding versus, when we look at it, we hear this a lot right now, especially with these major institutions out there and how much Bitcoin they're buying up and stuff like that. But going back to just the re-decentralization and home mining side a little bit there, even on the larger ASIC sides with some of these farms, as he alluded to with script mining, I always simplify it down for people, and it's like, hey, if you're a Bitcoin miner and your goal is to earn Bitcoin and own Bitcoin and decentralize Bitcoin in one way, there is the alternative that you have to look at as a mining farm operator, and that is your revenue per slot. So if you're looking at one slot in your farm, or let's say you can afford one miner at home, and let's look at a full-size ASIC. Let's say you use 3,300 watts out there. Would you rather earn $9 in revenue a day or $16 in revenue a day if it's Bitcoin regardless? And so I push on my channel, I talk a lot with people, even just Bitcoiners that have never heard of script mining, merge mining before. It is significantly more profitable than Bitcoin mining. Now, I'm not some huge maxi one way or another. At the end of the day, I'm in this to make money. And so what that looks like is you're just using that script miner, and using your pool to convert it to Bitcoin. So you're not mining Bitcoin, but you're still holding Bitcoin, still getting paid out in Bitcoin. So I see a lot of larger mining farms that are slowly, I wouldn't say you're cut age or anything of that scale, but a lot of farms that I deal with, I'd say anything under 20 megawatts that they do run up to almost 20% of their fleet of script miners now, getting paid out in Bitcoin entirely. That's their end goal, that's what their treasury they're building and everything, but it's just being smarter to accumulate Bitcoin. And so that's sort of the direction that goes. But it goes back to home miners too. With like Solo Satoshi down there, they're specialized in your home miners there. But home miners are also interested in script mining. They'd love to hit a Dogecoin block worth 10,000 Dogecoin, and then most just convert it right to Bitcoin anyway. So there's lots of opportunity there.
Max, is this something that you're familiar with? Have you heard of this before? And what are your thoughts on it?
Well, actually, right now, my train of thought went a little bit further. And I don't I want to address a couple more points that we talked before.
Yeah,
well, first of all, the small home miners have a few problems that won't likely to be ever resolved. Well, first of all, you won't live long enough if you're going for lottery. You'll never reach the point where you actually get your first Bitcoin to become a part of Bitcoin ecosystem, right? And the lottery aspect is a little bit morally ambiguous because there is a reason why lottery profits are taxed at super high level, and starting Bitcoin journey from this a little bit shaky moral ground is not the way to go. And from what I see, the educational aspect could be real, but from what I experience, most tiny Bitcoin miner holders, they are just buy it to show that they belong to the little secretive club and bear it as a badge of honor or badge of belonging, talking of belonging to the group. And if we get to the point where we sell millions of them or tens of millions, and it will be in every home, it will lose that part of motivation to buy it. So, kind of not my cup of tea. And as for recycling miners, I've been to different countries where they do get a lot of old miners from all around the world, and they try to give them a second life, and it may work, but the quantities are really tiny. and most of the used miners end up in landfill, or if it's a responsible mine, then it would be recycled, but melting down the metals, and not more than that. And as for merged mining, if it can make some extra profit on top of the Bitcoin that I earn, then it's great. I think it's been around forever, and we always we're trying to add this extra option. Why not? It can help you mine Bitcoin longer if it gives you extra profit that can cover your hosting costs for a little bit longer time, so you eventually get more Bitcoin.
Nathan, what is your thoughts on ASICs and machines, old machines ending up in landfills as opposed to being reused? How often is that happening?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the big discussion points we're having with most of our clients right now in the older generation, with the older generation fleets is essentially, do we scrap these, do we fix these, where do we deploy them? I think we're seeing a much larger percentage of S19 fleets be scrapped these days. As much as we can harvest these ASICs into these solo miners and bit axes and whatnot, I think is positive overall. Getting out of landfill, not being melted down, not being able to bring Bitcoin mining back to the people, right? I just keep looking at the screen here, seeing that, and I guess I've had a bit of a different experience with bit axes and solo miners. I just want to touch on that real quick. From the educational standpoint, I've never looked at it as the lottery. That's like a byproduct. It's kind of a footnote, I really think it's the educational aspect. Spending a few years at Bitcoin Park now in Nashville, I've had really great opportunities to meet all sorts of new Bitcoiners. There's a Bitcoin 101 event where people that just want to learn about it, their very first time, their first Bitcoin meetup they come to. And we did not have the tools at the Bitcoin meetups that I was attending, many years ago, that we do nowadays. Being able to set up a node, being able to set up a wallet, being able to set up a Bitcoin miner, even if it's a small single ASIC chip, and showing people how to connect their pool, how to connect their wallet, seeing that dashboard, just being able to share the experience. It's kind of on all of us. If you're a Bitcoiner, you should talk about Bitcoin with people in your life. And I just think that these tools really give us the best opportunity to share that with people in our lives. There's a developer at Bitcoin Park. His dad flew in from Latin America, and he was so excited to just sit down and get his hands on one and set it up and learn what his son is doing. And he sent us pictures as he took it all around the country back flying home. He's in the airport plugging it in, setting it up, just taking photos. So I think there's a lot more than just the lottery aspect, just getting people to decentralize the network. And I really think, and I'm really passionate about sharing it from the just dipping your toes, getting interested. I know that's not exactly the question, but that was what was on my heart.
How many people, when was the last time that you were at Bitcoin Park? Was that recent?
Oh yeah, I live in Nashville.
Oh, okay. So with those meetups, how often are you seeing new faces, especially when prices kind of stagnated right now and there's not all the FOMOing and, oh my goodness, it's 300,000 or whatever. What is that like with new faces?
Yeah, I would say over the year, it's been pretty good so far. I mean, some of these 101 meetings have 30 to 40 people that I haven't seen before, and actually noted this recently where seeing people with notebooks, truly writing notes, asking questions, the interest is still there, and I think it is still growing, especially as
And yeah, thinking of the ways that we can bring it back to the people, I think, is really the next step here. I don't think it was ever meant for the hyperscalers necessarily, so trying to find those locations that we can share is on all of us.
I got one more follow-up question on that point, and then I'm going to pass the same question off to anybody else that wants to grab it, is what is driving that interest, those new faces showing up there at Bitcoin Park? What are they showing up for?
Yeah, I mean, there's such a wide range. Honestly, there's a large developer focus there. I mean, a lot of people are programmers, coders, developers, so that is a huge aspect to it. The technical application there, the technical resources, the knowledge base there, I would say that's kind of the major driving factor these days. It's kind of the tech developer hub of gaining interest that direction. It's not so much the I'm trying to invest, I'm trying to make money. It is an interest in the technology and finding the ways that they can contribute with their skill sets to this industry, right? Not everyone's a developer, not everyone has a ton of capital to deploy. Some people just make friends with each other and they have an interest and they want to share that. So, yeah.
So a lot from the developer side. Hobbyist, I saw you grab a mic there. What do you have to say on this?
Yeah, so when I look at like having a platform like YouTube and a YouTube channel, I see now more than ever like people watching content on solo miners, and they are not subscribers, so they're brand new people checking out the channel, and a lot of those people are stepping into the space. You know, if we look at it over the last like 10 years or so, you know, no longer is your new Bitcoin miner a guy who lives in his parents' basement and is a tinkerer and technologist and wants to play and learn, and the barrier to entry is so high understanding it. You know, it's become very easy to just learn about Bitcoin, not only with all different platforms out there like YouTube or TikTok or Instagram, but also the hardware side. I mean, anybody who's versed with a BitAxe Gamma can set one up in 5 minutes. That is not the way it used to be, especially from the factor of now, you know, very popular in the last year of running your own node. I mean, that's like the best Bitcoin miner out there is a Bitcoin miner that has their own miner at home and their own node pool. That's like, you are completely decentralized, you know, you're adding to the network as well. And so when you look at it overall and you're looking at like, who are these people, where are they coming from, why do we see new people coming into the space? You know, I love the fact that it's not to chase profitability. That is, to most of them, are to be a part of something. And you know, when you go back 10 years ago, oh, I don't want to deal with Bitcoin. I don't want to, you know, I've heard of it. It's a scam. You know, a lot of illegal activity. Versus now, that's come full circle, and now it's like, okay, cool. I'm coming to the party late. In reality, you're not really, but people wanting to do it themselves. So that's what I see a lot on the new side of things.
Alex, so we're just taking this a little different direction for the decentralization side of things. How come we have not seen a massive surge of HVAC and toasters and all these different other things? The only one application that I've seen where it's kind of a everyday use is that the HeatBit home heater, and then I think they just came out with an air purifier. Why are we not seeing so many different things that heat is just a byproduct, it generates heat, having ASICs in it? What I mean, you've got all these different parts, all these different machines. Some of them are being scrapped, as was talked about earlier. Why are those pieces and parts not being repurposed into everyday household appliances?
I think there's a few reasons. I think it's just not cost effective right now. You know, I just want to clarify something. Like, Bitcoin mining does not have an e-waste problem, and a huge reason why is because this equipment is valuable to recycle and to break down. And so it's not like these things are just going to the dump and sitting there in droves. Like, if you are a miner and you're sending your Bitcoin miners to the dump, you're losing out on money. Like, a lot of these, like the S19 models that are getting scrapped right now are getting scrapped for like up to $25 a unit to get broken down and have all the materials recycled into new electronics. But I think like one of the reasons why it's not cost effective is because it's hard to make efficient ASIC mining chips and to compete with Bitmain. And Bitmain does not, you know, release the chips all over the place. Like when you are like from talking to the people that are manufacturing bit axes or these various other miners, when the miners are used, they get dirty. The hash boards settle a certain way. Chips break, so it's difficult to harvest the chips off the boards, which many of them are doing to make these types of products. And yeah, developing ASIC chips right now, or just anything computer-wise, is extremely expensive because of what's happening with the AI boom at the moment. And even it seems like most of the ASIC manufacturers have slowed down the production of their new units as they're having to compete with NVIDIA and these other companies. But I think that could change in the future. I think the best use case of miners that I've personally experienced is heat generation. And I've heated my home for years with Bitcoin miners. I started with the Antminer S9, and Canaan's come out with products like the Avalon Q, which are super useful. And I've found that tools like that are really effective for teaching people about Bitcoin. I found it much more effective to give a Bitcoin miner to somebody than even send them a Bitcoin transaction, because it gives it more of like a physical experience of like, oh, this is like this weird thing that I don't understand is actually like tied to the real world in a way. Like it is almost like anchored to reality because of this consumption of electricity. And so I think there's going to be a lot of solutions that happen in the future, but for like the Bitcoin mining toaster oven or various, I think it's just there needs to be a cost effectiveness to it. And the area where it is cost effective to use Bitcoin miners right now, to do normal tasks that you normally do, it's mostly heating. That's the overlap.
Well, if you're looking at this from a really zoomed out perspective, then the cost effectiveness would come, I would imagine, first and foremost from the heat. Does this generate heat for the electricity cost? Is there something else that generates the heat better? And then the Bitcoin could be kind of a side thing. Is the amount of heat that's generated from the ASIC chips in the water heating or anything, is it just not as good as a conventional water heater? Is that the reason?
No, it's about equivalent. I mean, water heater is a little bit different because I don't want to like. I've looked into this and I don't want to speak and say inaccurate things, but I think most water heaters turn on and off frequently. And big, I don't know. I just think it adds a complexity to it. That if you're wanting the newest, most efficient thing, then yeah, it's going to be significantly more expensive. But from just like air-cooled heating standpoint, it's probably the simplest and easiest way that people have figured out how to use these things effectively.
Our late joiner here, is it Alessandro?
Yeah, correct.
Thoughts? You joined a little bit late, so what have you monitored here, and what do you think about all of this recycling, decentralization side of things?
Yeah, so Luxor builds products for the industrial operators. So I think I can leave the home mining side of things to the other speakers. Although I did connect my first ASIC in 2013 in Venezuela next to a microwave. So very quickly, I think in terms of home mining, there's when you're speaking about Latin America, in countries like Paraguay, sometimes in summer it could hit like 38 degrees Celsius. So there's like a cooling thing as well when you're talking about like Latin America or countries where it's just like hot. Are you gonna have like those miners running there and just like toasting? But in terms of like the hash rate decentralization, what we're seeing at Luxor, we recently published our Q3 update for the global hash rate heat map that we publish every quarter. There were only 3 countries that grew their hash rate activity in Q2. Venezuela was the main one. Venezuela grew from 5 exahash to 6 exahash. So that's a 20% bump, which is pretty significant. The second one was Bolivia. Bolivia went from 2.5 exahash. That's also a 20% bump. And then the other one was Paraguay. Paraguay grew from 43 exahash to 44 exahash. Paraguay is still today, the highlight of mining in South America and Latin America. They're the fourth biggest jurisdiction with the most amount of hash rate nowadays. Another interesting thing that we saw and we published on the report is Iran. Iran dropped 71% year over year. So we're not able to track that and to say accurately if some of the hash rate from Iran is going to Venezuela. Most of the 90% of the hash rate activity and Bitcoin mining activity in Venezuela is state owned. So it would make sense for state owned hash rate in Iran moving to Venezuela in some sort. And I do think in that regard that for the re-decentralization of hash rate, Venezuela might end up being a highlight story over the next, cycle as we go through the halving in 2028 and all of that. Because we're essentially becoming the main energy partner hub of the U.S. in the region. My understanding is there is a group of people in the U.S. working with the U.S. Treasury and the U.S. Embassy in Argentina and Venezuela to basically open up mining under U.S. law in Venezuela. Venezuela has its own cryptocurrency regulation, and that has made it, in part it's become a benefit for the state over the past 5 years or almost 10 at this point when they created the first mining regulations. What they're trying to do is basically, and there's a bylaw system right now in Venezuela. You can be an American company, but if you're approved by OFAC, you can do business with the Venezuelan government, with the state oil company, with the Venezuelan Central Bank, with the electrical grid operator, Corpoelec. So there's a group of people, and I can't disclose who exactly, that are working with the U.S. Treasury to amend Bitcoin mining and AI HPC hardware into one of those oil and gas OFAC licenses that OFAC emitted over the past 3 months or so.
And what is the main driver down there besides the low energy? Is it just because it's a way to stabilize the grid, or what is the desire for mining Bitcoin in Latin America?
It's a great question. That's actually what I'm trying to pitch to the regulator. It's nobody has ever pitched in Venezuela hey, Bitcoin miners are curtailable load, etc. And nobody has ever in that regard, historically speaking, mined with the high tension lines in Venezuela. So we don't have the model that Paraguay has built. Paraguay today has over 1 gigawatt of mining activity. And that's making up 60% of the electrical grid operators' revenues in Paraguay. So Paraguay, if you take it as an example, they produce 8 gigawatts. Well, Itaipu, 16, half goes to Brazil. They get 8. They consume 6 or so, and then 6 goes to the whole industries in Paraguay, all the homes, etc. And that 6, where 80% of what they get represents 40% of the revenues, but then that only 1 gigawatt of mining represents 60% of what they're making. So I think there is something into that. Venezuela is a great example because our hydro complex is, has an installed capacity pretty much the same that Paraguay has, of 17.5 gigawatts. So look, since 2017, when the U.S. sanctioned for the first time, government officials and the state oil company, the Venezuelan Central Bank, the state can access dollars, can access euro accounts, anywhere. They found themselves in this problem of how do we make payments abroad? So the state, since 2017, started cracking down most of the private mining activity in Venezuela, by seizing hardware, etc., or using different venues for them to buy miners and import them into Venezuela. So that's been historically, ever since for the past decade, the main driver for that It's like access to liquidity, a venue that can't be sanctioned. Nobody can tell the Venezuelan government, like, hey, if you have an ASIC and you have cheap power, you can generate Bitcoin with this. So, but the privatization of the industries in Venezuela, again, it's happening. It's happening with the help of the U.S. Bitcoin mining is going to be a part of that. I want to say a great part of the U.S. or some part of the regulator in this current administration in the U.S. understands some of the benefits of Bitcoin mining for rebuilding grids and like balancing grids, and that's all being pitched in Venezuela. And there's this whole issue of the U.S. is helping us ramp up our generation. There's talks of like over the next year there will be like 1 more gigawatt. Over the next 5 years, 5 more gigawatts. Over the next 7 years, like 8 more gigawatts. But we don't have industries. So who's going to consume all that electricity?
Let's, as we enter the final stretch here, and start all the way down with Matt. Where do you think the decentralization of things is going to head here in the next little while? Because something that was brought up yesterday in one of the panels is that we are now in a world where nobody really realistically, unless you're Peter Schiff or something, thinks that Bitcoin is going to die. I mean, we're in the middle of a bull market, and Bitcoin is sitting around just shy of $70,000 here, $65,000. That's pretty good considering in the past it would drop all the way down into 4 digits. Like, oh my goodness, it's over. It's actually over now. And so it barely dipped into the 50s this time. With that being the case and things seeming pretty locked in at this point, I mean, multiple people have said if it's going to $1, then it's going to eventually go to $1 million. It's one or the other. Seems like it's headed in one direction more than the other for sure at this point. What do you think is going to cause the decentralization with the price continually going up in the long term?
It's really hard to make projections based off Bitcoin's price. I mean, Bitcoin just does what Bitcoin wants to do, and if you think it's going to go right, it's going to go left every single time. I would say that obviously for Solo Satoshi, we are very pro home Bitcoin mining because we think that is the hardest way to, it's the easiest way for Bitcoin to become censorship resistant. I think if hash rate concentrates in large volumes in locations, that it could be easy to shut down. That's a big belief that we have. It's more controllable. It's easier to shut down, centralize, and putting miners at home really distributes hash rate in a way where it can't be censored. And that's the way we see things going. I think that if the price goes back up to normal levels that we've seen peak in the bull market, that larger miners will come back. I think if the AI boom just sort of tapers off or just kind of saturates as more competitors come online, I think that other miners will probably, or players will probably come back into the space to try and capitalize off Bitcoin's price movements. So it's really hard to say. I think that as the price increases, large miners will always be here, or a concentration of hash power will always be here. But we're trying to create at least a section of mining where it can't be censored or controlled. We want to distribute hash rate home to home because that's, to us, that's the most robust network.
Alex, moving on down to you. What do you think is going to cause more decentralization, or are we looking in the next, say, just even looking out just a year, are we looking at a world where decentralization is happening? It's not happening. We're getting more centralized. Is there a concern there?
I mean, I think it's always an ebb and flow. The market dynamics, the way that Bitcoin works, at least in mining, have a tendency to distribute hash rate all over the place, which we've seen a lot of, and we'll continue to see, and it's exciting to see. To me, it feels like we're in a renaissance, and it's been very almost comical to me to walk around at these Bitcoin conferences and see people so discouraged and bearish, because I go and I interact with normal people. And, you know, for years, my whole family thought I was crazy. Now they all own Bitcoin, and, you know, every time I'm with them, they ask me what's going on with the price, and it's just like a normal discussion. It's never been easier to spend Bitcoin. It's pretty wild with the Square terminals turning on the ability, you know, to spend their, you know, major fast food chains like Steak and Shake, which their tallow fries are incredible. But, you know, I go there pretty regularly and spend Bitcoin. And, you know, to hear, you know, Wall Street individuals talk about it, government officials talk about it. I mean, it's just been normalized, and it's so present in our population today. So, you know, I'm incredibly excited, and like I hear a lot of doom narratives, but I think, you know, one of the things that protects Bitcoin from being totally centralized is its value proposition. Is that it is decentralized, that you are able to spend it without having third parties get in your way. And the value proposition of what sets it aside from, you know, everything else is, I think, why people are going to want to use it. And I'm not like nervous about this need to you know, stop my feed and like demand that we like protect it, because I think the incentives and then the way that they're working out seem to be going, you know, very well, all things considering.
Yeah, I would agree. All things considered, things have gone really well for Bitcoin. I mean, the first time I heard about it was on 4chan back in the day, seeing Pirate Bay saying, hey, there's a donation address, and like not making any sense to me. And then here we are where it's talked about on TV practically every day. Somebody's mentioning it on MSNBC or CNBC. It's coming up all the time on these various financial shows. It would be odd if you went a week where somebody didn't mention Bitcoin at this point. And it is kind of paradoxical that the price going up does cause decentralization because, well, as price goes up, everybody wants a piece of that. Nathan, thoughts?
Yeah, you know, I kind of just want to leave you guys with just a quick example of a client interaction that's made me the most excited this year. As we've scaled up over the years, really having an institutional focus on the largest scale operators, it is not a multi-thousand unit order that has made me the most excited this year, but it was a 10 unit S21 order that I actually get to share with Alex, this fellow client of ours out of North Carolina, who's building in the bear market still, very small amount, right? But they're finding a symbiotic way to use it in their everyday life with their micro greenhouse farm, right? So they're a full solar powered, very large scale microgreens greenhouse aquaponics farm. And he's running a 3-tank DCX immersion setup, if flashback for anyone in the crowd. And he was running S19s up until just a few months ago, and you know, he's striking while the iron's hot. He understands the pricing. He's running a couple of those, but he took some of the proceeds and he bought some new generation S21s, and he's super excited about it. They're all energized with solar. They're providing the heat right to his microgreen business, and he's found that symbiotic way to be a Bitcoiner, to be self-sovereign, to bank himself in Bitcoin, to accept Bitcoin for his goods and services, to connect with others in the region. There's another immersion operation neighbor of his that's doing farming, and they're kind of collaborating and sharing parts and whatnot. So it's a real, like, you know, it's a business, but it's almost like this homestead, neighbor, how do we collaborate? How do we work together on this? And it's not to stack the most Bitcoin, to make the most fiat. It's a passion, it's an interest. And really that's just like the shining example of like bringing Bitcoin mining back to the people. Like those are the Bitcoiners that I want to be talking with and rubbing shoulders with, to be honest.
Yeah, those are the stories that I love. They make me the most bullish for Bitcoin, the small operations. And then what makes me so happy is when you said that he's talking to his neighbor, and then that they're going to talk and they're going to share those stories. I love those stories. Max.
Yeah, that is awesome, and actually that is still easy way like to grow the little secretive cult. Also you mentioned like most of the newcomers are like from IT side, so the enthusiasts, coders, developers, and such. That is probably what we need to fix to make it like widely adopted. Something more user-friendly, something more that anyone could use, something like Uber, like Amazon, something like that would be available in 3 clicks for everyone. Like all the solutions that we discussed today, like tiny home miners, for example. By the way, yeah, I usually talk shit about it, but that you raised a very good point, Matt, because that is real decentralization in terms of like censorship resistance. So yeah, government can close all mining farms, and to be honest, we don't need as much hash rate as we have now. Because, and we will eventually lose the race with AI. Because AI, like when you add one more graphic card to your pool, you can produce a little bit more service to the people. In Bitcoin, you add one more mining rig, you do not add anything of value. Basically, if the total hash rate would go down to like 1% of what we have now, the Bitcoin will not become less secure. We are secure as hell, and even if like all industrial mining farms will switch off, the little mining home miners will do a perfect job protecting the network. Yeah, so maybe there is another way, to grow the adoption, and probably like having like IT focused conference like that brings like 30-40 people is less efficient than like having a YouTube channel that may bring thousands or tens thousands or millions people on board. But for them to be onboarded, they don't need equipment or like a home heater that runs on ASIC chips. They need some easy to use UX solutions, and that's what my work is focused on. So something that you can do like within 3 clicks, and it would be like easy to do. That's what we did in my like first mining company that is running for 8.5 years now, Siberian Mine, and like something that you don't need technical expertise to join. You pick a miner, click buy, and it starts mining like in 10 minutes. Okay, I don't know how hard can I advertise that, but that is my view on what can change the whole picture. And Everminer, also like one of my projects that is running for 2 years, promising like forever stream Bitcoin, and it can be bought like in 3 clicks, literally, like sign up with Google, top up, buy, and it starts, the hash rate starts flowing. That is something that people really need. And like I'll have a speech a little bit later today, is retail hosted mining dead? I won't answer that now, but you can watch my speech later. OpenMine is the platform that I'll be presenting, that we have just developed, that allows exactly that, the simplicity to onboard million people, like billion in future, maybe. That's something that can boost the game.
Hobbyist, what makes you excited for the coming year in decentralization?
I think I'll go back a little bit real quick because I want to make sure these guys get something into what Alex had said regarding the fact of that repurposing of that heat. And I think that's really where we're seeing new people step into this space is they're not directly going to like a Gamma or some type of bid-ax from the solo mining side. Instead, like Canyon released the Mini 3, you know, that kind of floor space heater unit. And that was actually really good. And then Canyon's leaning more into that in the future for like a lifestyle type because they're tapping into audiences outside of this here. The person that, you know, is online, they're a technologist and they're like, oh, I don't know anything about Bitcoin, but oh, I need a heater. Oh, I can go ahead and do that. Alex had alluded to as well with like the hot water heater company Superheat. Is one that is releasing one here, and I'm going to be super interested to get one of those and rip it apart just to figure out how it works and explain it and see what chips are in it. But it's people stepping into the space and not realizing they're decentralizing it, just being like, oh, I need a new hot water heater, and oh, I can earn Bitcoin at the same time. Like, I think that's the direction we're going to go to grow not just the community, but also from the decentralization side, is these alternative purposes.
Alessandro, final thoughts?
Yeah, I think Brazil will also be interesting. Brazil has always been like a hot topic in terms of like mining. They have like an installed capacity of 232 gigawatts, and they currently have 3.5 exahash. And somehow it's like, well, how does Venezuela rationalize electricity to the people and still have more hash rate than Brazil? So the market is opening up in August of this year. Basically, large load consumers will finally be able to negotiate like long-term PPAs in dollars or the local currency directly with the energy producers. Up until now, a lot of the Bitcoin mining activity in Brazil has been tied to the regulated energy market, and so that translates into roughly 15 cents a kilowatt hour. So that's why you really don't see any like large scale industrial operators in Brazil. But the regulator is understanding the trend of data centers, of AI. They have already like 800 megawatts of data centers, of cloud and stuff in Brazil. They're projecting it'll grow, above 3 gigawatts by 2030. And they're starting to reduce the like taxes to import ASICs that are like have better efficiency than 21.5 joules per terahash. So Brazil can be an interesting plaza where hash rate could grow over the next like cycle.
Final thoughts, Casey?
Yeah, I'll go back to what I said earlier. From my perspective as a technologist, a developer, I think innovation in the blockchain space is really what will drive demand and give reasons for miners to decentralize. I think innovating blockchains, innovating in the pool space, I'm going to name drop Brains and other companies like Brains that empowers individuals to create their own pools, to create their own communities. It's an incredible opportunity. AI is empowering individuals to create new blockchains, new pools. And I don't recommend people to launch a blockchain. You have to have a few nuts loose in your brain to actually try to do that. Take it from me. But there is opportunities. Utilize AI. It's an incredible, empowering, innovative tool that allows individuals to innovate in the space and create that demand.
Thank you all. Let's give a hand to Matt, Alex, Nathan, Max, Hobbyist, Alessandro, and Casey.
Good job. That's pretty cool.
Thank you, everyone. Oh, thank you.
Right. Up next is CJ Capobianco from ACE giving a talk on AI automation. We're going to see a lot of AI talk. And on that note, you've seen this flashing up here between these talks. Next year, Q1 in Texas, Mining Disrupt and AI are going to be under the same roof. Two different industries coming together, although they are hybrid, they work hand in hand. So make sure you check out intelligencedisrupt.com to check out more of what's coming down the pipeline. CJ. This is your clicker. Yeah, that's your clicker there for your... Yep.
Just talking.
Yep.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? My name's CJ. I'm with Ace Host, Tampa, Florida. We're a traditional data center. We opened in '98. We got up in early, doing streaming and stuff like that. Started mining in-house in 2015, me in 2017. So I thought, interesting talk for this morning. What if we had AI back in 2021, around the bull run? How much of a difference would that have made? Okay, so when I started mining, I'm sure all you guys have done it at some point, I was running Hive OS. I'm checking it 500 times a day. I'm watching my rigs, I'm watching my heat and all that. And I'm sure all of you at some point have touched NiceHash. And you can mine any coin you wanted with your GPUs, and they paid you out in Bitcoin. It was just who paid the most that day, that minute, that hour. If you had AI automations to do a simple monitoring, just keeping an eye on your rigs, each individual GPU. This is how I would do it. I had about 10 rigs. Each one had 12 cards. Well, this one runs a little hot. Those cards are always like that. But what if you had AI automation in there? What could that have taken off my plate so I didn't have to check 500 times a day and tie up all that time and reboot servers and, tweak? Well, the automations could have taken a lot out of it. Market data, what coins to mine? What's the highest profitability on NiceHash? Why? Give me a report. Shoot me a text. You can make 5% more if you switch to this coin. Approve, yes or no. Simple SMS loop. What if the agent could predict chain demand by just watching hash rate, network activity, things like this? Back in 2021, smaller projects could have gotten themselves off the ground so much more efficiently by maybe doing higher payouts when other chains were down on platforms like NiceHash. And then to have their resources and network needs met at like off-peak hours. Well, I think we could all agree it would run a lot more efficiently, right? So I had my AI minions crunch some numbers, and I didn't want to bring it to numbers. I think we could, across the board, say you get about maybe a 10% more efficiency, but let's take it to the next level. So that's me, a smaller miner. What about the big guys? Marathon, Riot. They pull a lot of power. They use a lot of resources. They have to balance those resources. When do you upgrade ASICs? When do you do maintenance? When do you shut down? When do you service the one machine that keeps tripping and nobody wants to look at it? So I'll give you an example of challenges we faced at ASOS with deployments. We have a customer come in, they got 100 units they want to deploy. And we'd go out to the site and we'd set them up and we'd set their IPs and we'd get them all into their UI so they could see their 100 miners running and their profitability, and everybody had kind of their UI for the ASICs, right? Well, what if you could add a simple automation in there to watch? What if instead of checking your dashboard 50 times a day, because you got 100 miners in a facility, that's a lot of money on the line, somebody's watching it, and well, we make about this much a day, and this one's always tripping, and that one's always running hot. Well, what if the AI would send you a text once a day and say, 53 and 74 need to be rebooted, email sent to the data center, to the tech, takes you out of the loop. You're not checking 500 times a day anymore. I head up automations at ACE, and this is something that we're working on right now and building. But the bigger guys, how much of an impact does that have on our network? On the Bitcoin network, on the Ethereum networks, other networks like that ran, how much more efficiently would the big players feed into this? How much money is the 10% more efficiency to a Riot or a Marathon? You're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. And that's just touching the initial surface on this. What if the AIs tell you when to shut miners off? What percentage of miners to take offline, when and why? Your treasury balances, cash versus Bitcoin holding, when to sell and when to buy back. What's your mix? Upgrading, when do we get rid of the old equipment? When do we bring in new? What's the best way to do that? My idea wasn't to debate money or get anything like that, but just bring to the surface how much more efficient our whole industry would have been if we just had AI a couple of years earlier. Moving forward into the future, AIs are going to run this entire network for us, and I think what we're going to see is the Bitcoin network, generally speaking, much more efficient as AI agents come online and use it in different ways. Okay, guys, I'm going to be speaking on the next panel. Appreciate your time. Enjoy the show, everybody. Kept it tight, man.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, CJ. Up next, there's Vernica Storm from Ace Miner, talking again about AI and growing demand on your sites that are already preparing for AI. Here you go, and that's the green button for next slide. And if you have to go back, that's the red one.
Sounds good, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Vernica, and I'm representing Ace Miners. Today, I'd like to introduce you to several unique power and infrastructure opportunities that are positioned for the future of artificial intelligence, high-performing computing, and digital infrastructure. As AI continues to reshape industry, one resource has become more valuable than anything else, and that's reliable power. At Ace Miners, we specialize in acquiring and developing strategic power assets that help companies deploy faster scale with confidence. We are witnessing unprecedented demand for infrastructure. Every major technology company is racing to secure power for next generation AI data centers. The challenge is that power is availability is becoming increasingly scarce. Organizations aren't just looking for electricity, they're looking for long-term energy security, affordable operation costs, and sites that can expand over time, and that's exactly where Ace Miner provides value. Our flagship opportunity is located in Oregon. The site offers 40 megawatts of clean hydroelectronic power at approximately 5.6 cents per kilowatt hour. That makes this opportunity unique. What makes this opportunity unique is both the land and power rights are available, providing investors with complete control over their infrastructure. Hydroelectronic power also helps reduce carbon emission while providing extremely reliable energy. The site is ideal for AI data center, HCP deployments, or continued Bitcoin mining. In addition to Oregon, we have opportunities across several strategic U.S. markets. Georgia offers an operational turnkey facility. Texas provides a large greenfield development opportunity. Ohio offers hyperscale expansion potential. So whether you're looking for an energized site that can begin immediately or land to develop your own campus, we have multiple solutions available. Our Georgia site is a 4.5 megawatt turnkey facility. The infrastructure is already built using cool air anti-box containers, allowing immediate deployment. Power averages approximately 4.5 cents per kilowatt hour, with land ownership included. An investor can continue operating as a profitable mining facility today or convert the site into an AI data center as demand continues to grow. This facility makes Georgia an excellent investment. Our Texas project is designed for organizations looking to build from the ground up. This site offers 45 megawatts with approximately 4.5 cent power pricing, land ownership, and natural gas available on site. Texas continues to be one of the fastest growing data center markets in North America, making this an outstanding location for large-scale AI deployments. Another exciting opportunity in our portfolio is located in Montana. This site offers more than 100 megawatts of existing power with a long-term path to 300 megawatts. The property already has 80 megawatts of Bitcoin mining infrastructure in place, making it ideal for investors looking to generate immediate revenue while planning for future AI or high-performance computing deployments. Power costs are approximately 5.5 cents per kilowatt hour, and the site benefits from existing energy infrastructure, including access to a nearby natural gas pipeline that supports future expansion. For organizations looking for a large-scale campus with significant power potential, Montana represents a rare opportunity to secure power at scale in today's increasing competitive market. Our largest opportunity is located in Ohio. This site offers up to 200 megawatts of scalable power at approximately 5.2 cents per kilowatt hour. It's ideal for hyperscale AI campuses, enterprise cloud infrastructure, or long-term expansion. For companies planning the next generation of AI infrastructure, opportunities of this size are becoming increasingly difficult to find. Thank you again for your time today, and if you're exploring AI infrastructure, Bitcoin mining, or high-performance computing opportunities, we'd love to continue this conversation. Please stop by booth 67 to discuss your project and to learn more about our available sites. We're happy to schedule private site visits and answer any questions you may have. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of Mining Disrupt. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Vernica. Up next, we've got Ryan Miller from Brains. He is Brains' Director of Business Development, giving a talk on how to prevent loss with Brains. Ryan. This is the mic, and this is your clicker for your slides. Green button is forward and red one there if you have to go back.
Okay, cool. Hello. My name is Ryan. I oversee our business development team here at Brains. Just want to say a quick thank you for spending this next 5 minutes with me, hoping to share a couple of insights and also have a couple of announcements we're going to make today on some things we've been working on, but we'll just jump right into it. So as miners, as most of you know, practitioners in this space, there's a lot of volatility that goes on with mining. There's a lot of spinning plates, so to speak, that you have to constantly balance that look like capital markets, energy prices, your operations, climate, right? These are all things that go into your decision making on what best practices look like. And at Brains, we've adopted this philosophy of, controlling what you can control, which might sound so overly simplified, but what we're trying to do is constantly push that standard of control and what is at the control of the miner. And we're doing that with three main solutions: through our firmware Brains OS, through our MMS Brains Manager, and then through Brains Pool. When we're talking about firmware, we really have two main things we want to focus on, right? It's performance and service, right? Performance, obviously, you have to perform, but service for us looks like offering support and consultation to deliver the best configurations possible to our miners, because we also acknowledge the fact that no use case is the same, and getting the most out of your operations comes down to that support. So the performance and support really aren't mutually exclusive from each other. Brains Manager. So Brains Manager is our miner management system. A couple things I want to highlight here, a couple of announcements. Number one, this past week we just lost Energy Intelligence, which internally we've been calling demand response as a service. For y'all who do participate in demand response programs, this is made capable with our partnership with Enel. And a key point here is, instead of the typical pricing model, which is usually a revenue split with who your DR provider is, we're offering this at a fixed SaaS price. And then most recently, we just launched Price Adapt. So Price Adapt is really a continuation of Brains OS, the firmware, but instead of just looking at the tuning at the miner level, we're beginning to incorporate factors like energy markets again, and then hash price. So you're able to then downclock, upclock, curtail, basically position your operation in the best environment possible to get the most out of the most hash rate possible given this situation. And then last solution here is Brains Pool. I believe most people are probably familiar with this. Brains Pool has been around since almost the genesis of Bitcoin. With Brains Pool, fully FPPS, right? Stratum v2 protocol, so you can create your own block templates. And then another key shout here is with Brains Pool. If you're currently using Brains OS, then the fee on the pool is waived. So you might be sitting here and you're going, okay, Ryan, great, so what, right? Like, why Brains? Well, it ultimately comes down to performance, the dollars and cents of it all. This is data we pulled from the people that we work with in terms of what the dollars and cents look like. And so right now we're looking at the 21 XP model over a 3-year tenure, and you can see what that difference looks like, what that uplift looks like at the terahash level, the miner level, and the megawatt level. There's a reason why 80% of the publicly traded big guys use Brains. There's a reason why Brains OS is the fastest growing and the highest adopted third-party firmware, and it really just comes back to performance. To close this out, just remember, control what you can control. If you want to contact me, my email is on here. I'll also be off to the side over here. Happy to chat more with you, and thank you for your time.
All right, this is a panel that I've been looking forward to. This one is titled Node Up or Shut Up, Running a Node, Validating Your Own Transactions, and Protecting Bitcoin from Creeping Centralization. We have Matthew Cutler from Brains, Jeremy Ullman from Paystand, Ian Northen from Ocean, and Freddie Mann from Arch Lending. They're on, they are on. There you go, you guys will have to share. Check, check, check.
Yep.
Oh, and CJ Capobianco.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's great.
Yeah. Okay, well, nodes, it's kind of hard to talk about nodes right now without talking about the topic of the hour, BIP 110. So I want to start with Ocean here. What is, maybe, if you can't answer this, that's okay, but I'd like to know what Ocean's overall take is. I think I have a feeling. And then I want to know what your personal take is, if it's different.
Sure. Well, thanks for having us. And you know, as a Bitcoin-only mining pool, we think nodes are really important. You know, nodes are what control the network and run the network. And so, but as a pool, it's been tricky because when we launched, our focus was on decentralization, and we wanted miners to kind of take back their own control, run their own node, make the decisions for themselves. And so we've been pushing that since we launched about 3 years ago. And it's been working. I'll get to the controversy, but when we launched 3 years ago, I think about 95% of the world's Bitcoin was going through 3 addresses, 3 nodes, for newly mined Bitcoin, the 3 largest pools, you know, Ant Pool, Foundry, and F2 Pool. And we didn't think that was a good thing. You know, as a lawyer who's been in the space for a little while and somebody who is kind of has a natural inclination of being distrustful of the government or whatever, you know, I thought, you know, the US can't shut down 10,000 nodes or 100,000 nodes, but it could shut down 3. And even the Chinese government or the US government and the Chinese government colluding together, right? So since we've launched, we've got about 2,000 customers, about 95% of them run their own node. So now it's not 3, it's 2,003. And that's not perfect. I'd like it to improve more as we grow and scale, but I think it would be good for everybody if more people were running nodes. I think it would be good for everybody if more miners were creating their own block templates and deciding what transactions got processed. And where that fits in with this controversy is that it couldn't be worse timing for Ocean for this controversy, right? We've been growing, even though it's been a bear market. It's tough for everybody out there, and then this comes along, right, and just throws a grenade right in the mix of it. And it's, for me, on the one hand, as a business owner, it's a distraction. But as a Bitcoiner, this is a really important debate, and these things have to happen every once in a while just to make sure that we're not becoming captured or centralized in ways that are bad for the network. So from Ocean's perspective, unlike the other pools that run the node and make the decision for the miners, they can just pull a lever, flip a switch, and they can watch to the last minute. There's no incentive for them to signal or do anything early. And they'll just, you know, like the last time I lived through this, you know, you had the big blockers and a bunch of corporations writing their New York agreement and all this stuff. And then right at the last minute, people were like, I don't think so. And the grassroots and the nodes hockey sticked up to the right in the last, you know, 24, 48 hours, and it was done. It was over. That would be the best result here, in my mind. I think then it was about 10 or 14% of the nodes were in favor of small blocks, and then right at the last minute, everything moved. And I think we won that one. I think that was the right result. Big blocks would have been bad for Bitcoin then, and I think they're bad for Bitcoin now. This is a little different, but right now there's about 15% of the nodes signaling for the BIP, still a very small part of the hash rate. And I hope that, for my sake, it just hockey sticks up to the right at the last minute. We saw Foundry and others start polling their miners recently. I think that's the types of things we need to do is to, you know, you need to kind of test the waters and see what's going on. But Ocean's official position is that it's not our decision to make for you. We're not going to coerce you, and we're not going to make you. You've got to make the decision. If you want to be a serious miner, a sovereign miner, run your own node and make your own decision. If you ask me personally, or if you were to ask, you know, one of our board members, Giacomo Zucco, he would say, don't do it. It's terrible. It's a bad idea. But, you know, Bitcoin has never been perfect. You don't look for the perfect, you look for the good. If you ask Luke Dasher, the other co-founder with me, and Mark, he would say, this is absolutely essential. If you don't do it, it could kill Bitcoin. And so, to me personally, I lean more toward this being a threat or an attack, not so much any particular issue, like a cartoon dick pic isn't going to offend my sensibilities, but, unlimited op return and being able to put, videos or CSAM or other things on chain legally. It's illegal in about 180 of the 195 countries in the world. That creates an attack surface. Again, gives those bankers and government officials, who has the biggest lobby in the government? The banking lobby. Maybe pharmaceuticals close, but to me that creates an attack surface. And Bitcoiners should be wise as serpents, gentle as doves, and just pay attention to this sort of thing. Why open up an attack just as Bitcoin's finally getting on its feet? But it's a, $1 trillion, $2 trillion asset, and so obviously it's going to attract interest, and I'd like to try and protect the network. So my hope would be that RDTS is successful, because the less arbitrary data and the more financial transactions on chain, the easier it is for a guy like me to run a node in my house. I don't need any special equipment. But we're getting to the point now, and I'm sorry I'm taking too much time, but we're getting to the point now where I used to be able to run a node on a used laptop, with whatever memory it came with and whatever hard drive it had. And it would sync up pretty quick. And now I can't do that anymore. Now I have to go buy, heavier equipment, memory's getting more expensive, hard drive. It takes much longer to sync. And all of that's come in the last 3 years or so because of ordinals, inscriptions, and now unlimited op return. So for me, I want to make it easier to run a node because we need more nodes, not fewer. And anything I can do to help protect the network for whether you're a huge financial actor like Paystand that's focusing on financial transactions, I don't want them getting jammed up. Now, look, they've got a war chest and they can write it off as a cost of doing business and they can have their server racks of nodes, but I want them to not be a target either, right? And I want you, me, everyone in the room, every miner to be able to run a node easily, smoothly. There's all kinds of personal reasons to do that if you're a Bitcoiner. And so I want to make it easier, not harder. And so I think something like BIP 110, I wouldn't have written it that way. I would have maybe looked for a more elegant solution, but grassroots movements, you don't get to pick. It's outside of my control, so I have to decide whether it's good enough. It's obviously not perfect, but good enough, all right, I'm in favor. So from Ocean's perspective, miners decide, but from my perspective, I've got both nodes ready to go. We'll see which one wins. Obviously, I don't want one to stall out. I don't want one to get wiped out. That would be bad for everybody. But I'm prepared, and I'm ready to go either way. But God willing, it'll be RDTS. It'll be BIP 110.
Jeremy, maybe this is something that you can talk about. Is what's so funny?
After all that, like I'm the one that needs to respond. Okay.
Well, no, I'm gonna ask you a different question.
No,
So
good.
Ian was just saying that back in the day, I don't know if you were being slightly hyperbolic or maybe you said there were 3 nodes. Were you being serious that there were only 3, Foundry, Ace?
No, I'm not saying there's only 3. I'm not saying there's only 3, but I'm saying 95% of the world's newly minted Bitcoin was going through 3 nodes.
Got it.
Right? I mean, and there's different ways to get node counts and other things, and it's been trending up, but it's still, compared to the network effects of Bitcoin and the number of users and people using Bitcoin, the number of nodes has not kept up, right? In the early days, if you downloaded Bitcoin, you downloaded a node, you were mining, it was on a laptop, every user was running a node, and then over time, as adoption has gone up, people are getting access to Bitcoin through any number of other things, but they're not running a node themselves. So again, to be a decentralized network, there's no magic number, mathematically people debate, but like to me, the more people that are running nodes, the better. And that hasn't kept up. It's kind of like the number of Bitcoin users has gone here, and the number of nodes is kind of like limping along here. And I need that number to go up over time to protect decentralization.
Yeah, that was my favorite number on timechaincalendar.com was the node number. And it was in the mid-teens when I started paying attention to it, and it grew to about 22,000. And now it just says 0 because the node.io or whatever that he was sourcing that from shut down or something. My question, Jeremy, where I was going to take this is, the topic on nodes and the ones that matter and the ones that don't was all about the economic nodes, and my trains and Costco analogy completely fell apart yesterday. So instead of that, I'm just going to ask a real simple question. Do we have any idea how many of those economic nodes matter versus the ones that are just, it's on my desk and I use it for my Sparrow wallet type thing? like in terms of percentage?
Yeah, I think, you know, one, we probably have complete consensus on this group that sound money is the most important use case of Bitcoin, right? So I think everybody's first trying to solve for that. I think the second thing that everyone is trying to solve for is, you know, what makes the network more decentralized? That's a principal property of the network. And then there's, you know, I think there's an interesting discussion on how do you drive growth in the network. So if blocks are empty, that's not good for the miners, it's not good for the network. If nobody's transacting at all in layer one, like there's all these kind of challenges. And I think one of the things that gets missed in the nodes up conversation and when you're asking about nodes is in the early days, most everybody who had a node had an actual economic incentive. They were running a wallet, they were building an application. And so, you know, this kind of notion that just everyone should have nodes because it's like cool and the right thing to do, I think that's really, really cool. That's actually not how it worked in the early days. In the early days, most of us were building products, apps, things like that. So, you know, and I think what I want to see is more network growth, more monetary transactions happen, and then you want to see that decentralized in places that I think matter the most. So when we're talking about the highest growth of Bitcoin as money as intended, it's generally in the global south. We talked about that yesterday. And so the interesting thing is, well, what's driving node use there? Like not just like a pleb that's just really like strong about I really want to do this in my, you know, basement or whatever. Like I don't know if it matters if their laptop has X, you know, megs of RAM or not. Like I'm really curious when we're spinning up a freedom money node in Afghanistan, when the women are fighting against, you know, authoritarian regimes, they need to be able to have a node. And so what does that look like? When, you know, in El Salvador, some of the node use cases I know is, again, they're generally products that are built on top. They're ATMs that are built there. They're oftentimes connected to lightning nodes. They're sometimes in Guatemala, they're small lakes that the guys are using the trash dumps to mine methane that then have a node there that then is driving the community involvement. So, you know, I would say all of us want to see the volume of the network grow. All of us want to see monetary networks grow. I think all of us want to see decentralization happen. I am more interested in how the network can grow in the nodes for people who are active participants in the network. And to me, that's generally builders, it's miners, it's community advocates in Africa. So what makes it accessible for all of them? I think that's a good question that all of us are debating right now.
So something you mentioned yesterday, this ties into what you're talking about, the women in Afghanistan and down in El Salvador, all in Guatemala. You said that there are community leaders down in Latin America that they run a node, and that's where everybody in the community, these circular economies, go to, and they process everything through there. You were just mentioning a minute ago, Ian, about how the cost to get a node and spin one up back in the day was nothing. And you could get an old laptop from Goodwill or whatever, and you're fine. And now that's not so much the case. It's not horribly prohibitively expensive, but it's a pretty penny. You're looking at a couple $100 or 300 or so. Is that cost a preventative down in Latin America, Jeremy? Or is it, well, yeah, it's a cost, but it's worth it and we pool our resources, or it's not that big of a deal? Because that's one argument I keep on hearing is if the blocks are getting so full and they're so massive and you need a 10 terabyte hard drive to run this thing, who's going to be able to do this?
Yeah, I think it's like it's a noble concept, right? Like it's a noble concept to make sure we have self-sovereignty. It's a noble concept to make sure, you know, not your keys, not your coin. I would say that, again, I think one of the elegance of the Bitcoin white paper was it was all about economic incentive alignment. It was solving, you know, the Byzantine general problem, which is, you know, how do you get, you know, actors that don't trust each other to be able to run critical trust-driven financial transactions. Like this was a huge computer science invention. And so the question for me is not necessarily how do you solve nodes to be $10, $50. I think that's noble, and I'm super happy, you know, we have a good debate about the decentralization, like super happy about it. I think as a company, we're kind of okay in either direction. What I do think though is I'm much more interested in, hey, does a community leader in Latin America have a reason so that they're actually using Bitcoin as money as intended? And then what does that look like at an economic level for them to want to run a node? I'll give you another example. In Africa, is a lot of the circular economies in Africa, are they all going to run a node individually? Probably not. But at the same time, there's this really cool app that allows you to make Bitcoin payments without an internet transaction. That's crazy, right? And so the operator of that product does have to run a node. Right? So I want to see more innovation on Bitcoin. I want to see more growth in use cases of Bitcoin. I believe that actually drives the economic incentive for you to create a node. And so I want to see more of that. I want to see more building on Bitcoin because honestly, I think if the network stays stale, we don't build on Bitcoin, we don't use Bitcoin. Even if all of us are running a node, it's a problem, right? So I think this is a good discussion. I think to me personally, the bigger discussion is how do we actually grow the volume and use case of Bitcoin around the world, especially for the global south and the other 7 billion people. Like that to me is the wider discussion.
Matthew.
Yeah, can I tag in here? So I think that's really important, the use cases of using Bitcoin, right? Like using Bitcoin as money is what's going to drive adoption. And that will set some of these debates kind of to rest because then we can put aside theory and see, okay, Bitcoin's actually being used. But something just I wanted to bring up to your examples is I don't think we can overlook the power of a community leader running a node and then saying, hey, everyone that runs a Bitcoin business in this community can point to my node. Because trust is stronger at a local level, right? You don't have to trust some big company running a server somewhere that's running a node. You can have your community leader running a node. You can point your transactions through that node. Because at the end of the day, if it's not somebody you know, it's somebody you don't know. And somebody you don't know, you trust less than somebody you know. So I just wanted to add that. I think running a node can be a grassroots movement. You can run a node, you can have your friends and family point to your node, and transactions can go through that node, which preserves your privacy and your sovereignty, and is a big piece of Bitcoin that can come from the grassroots.
Freddie, what's your take on this? All this talk about Bitcoin and using Bitcoin as money when Arch is all about lending.
Yeah, so I'd say a couple of things. Like the intersection we sit at is for, we service a ton of Bitcoiners who live on the Bitcoin standard. I've been to a couple of the places that you were talking about, Lake Titlan, these sorts of places. Some of our users, they need to pay their bills in fiat, right? They need to, just to live, they need dollars. And so they use our service to take that trade-off of, okay, well, I want to hold as much Bitcoin as I can, but I want to spend in fiat, right? They would all love to spend in Bitcoin if they could, but it's not always feasible. So they'll use our service to maybe reinvest in their business, go on holiday to these places. We've had people who have made Bitcoin films, made boats, and sailed around the world, that sort of stuff. The trade-off they've had to come to terms with is, creeping centralization, really, in that we're a centralized provider. We have a number of safeguards that I can talk about, to get them comfortable with that. But yeah, the majority of our customers, at least, are happy with taking some sort of trade-off in order to maximize the amount of Bitcoin they can hold and acquire.
CJ, you brought up a good point in the chat about AI agents, and there's been a lot of talk. I was not expecting all of this AI talk here under the Bitcoin roof, but it makes a lot of sense because energy, mining, the infrastructure it's similar. It makes sense that they would share the same space. Do you foresee a world in the not-so-distant future, or maybe it's tomorrow, not so distant, where AI agents are spinning up their own nodes and wanting to be paid? And I mean, it seems like an AI agent would, every time you ask Gemini or Grok, what's the best money and what would you want to be paid in? Almost always do they say Bitcoin. And I don't know if that's just because they know me and they're like, oh, this is the answer you want, guy, or if it's just what they actually want because they truly don't want fiat, which we could just print infinitely. It's like, here's money. It's like, well, this isn't worth anything. How about we deal with energy, which is something that I can understand, which I don't even know what AI understands, if it understands anything. But anyhow, what do you foresee with AI and Bitcoin nodes?
I was actually kind of psyched I got picked for this panel specifically because a lot of the things we're building in ASOS now directly relate to this. I have autonomous agents. I call my minions, you know, like Gru has the minions. I'd like to visualize mine as blue, and I yell at them. Sometimes they're 2-year-olds with crayons. But what they're gonna need is exactly what you said. Fantastic point. The agents aren't gonna trust us. They're not gonna trust our money. You can't KYC and onboard an agent. Maybe you can in the future under a business. We don't have framework to do it. So these agents now can do these things. They can have it run a business. Self-driving cars, Elon, you put an agent in charge of that business. It's going to buy and maintain the car. It's going to need to make payments to run a business. The easiest way is the biggest decentralized network in the world. Arguably, it's this. But the obvious solution for all these agents, right, to have their own sovereignty, to run their business, to make sure their bills are getting paid and no government intervention, one of these agents scales to $1 billion business. It's not going to trust cash in a country, but it's going to trust the network, and it's going to trust its own node. As we roll up into like a Syrian household where you have an agent watching your bank accounts, paying your bills, buying your groceries, running a node at home becomes cheaper over time. Storage goes down. It's going to come up, but 10 terabytes today might not be the same cost 5 years from now. Maybe you can pool it across households for $1 a month, and 5 households run a node, which they don't know each other, but their in-home assistant, right, is running that node. The autonomous agents with the business, they're going to be incentivized to run their own node. Why? They're going to come up with uses for this network we've never thought of. Ordinals and inscriptions, right? What if the agents come up with a way to message each other? Or create rules for business for agents? It's stamped on chain, and none of us have any idea what that language is. But you understand what I'm saying? Like, they'll come up with ways we've never thought of to A, deploy a node, B, utilize it, and C, take humans out of the equation. We don't trust you. We want to do something correctly. That's our, incentive. That's what we want to do, because we, set them up that way. In theory, sometimes they go off the rails, but you get what I'm saying. They're going to need this. They're going to need the sovereignty. They're going to know, I can send Agent B's business this payment, it's stamped, it's done. Agent B knows it got money, service rendered, done. That takes us out of the equation, but it puts more on the most decentralized network in the world. And I think those agents in the future, it will be in their best interest to preserve our network and make sure it does not get shut down, taken over, come up with innovative ways. Like you guys are saying, the grassroots campaign, there's a proposal, the agents all talk, we don't like it. All our human voters, hash rate's going up. You get what I'm saying? We're gonna spin up more nodes so we can vote, have our voice heard. And I think that's an angle nobody's looked at yet.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because I had not even thought about what the AI agents are going to want. And this brings it back to the BIP 110. Do they want a monetary network, or do they want a thing where they can put their own AI gobbledygook art on there? I mean, is that even a question worth asking? I don't know. I asked it.
Yeah, I want to hear your thought on that, but I would just maybe take a little bit of the other side of the world you're describing, because the world you're describing is super cool. It's a world I want. I would say we're not on that path, is my perspective. So, we're not huge. We're 400 employees. We're on track right now that we now have, we hire for every one employee we hire, we generally hire 2 digital employees, what you guys would call agents.
Hang on a second. What do you mean by hire? What does that look like?
So in our org, we have an entire business harness that runs agents, and each agent has a name, a personality, a profile, a soul, an identity, a role. They have really specific skills, KPIs. They interact, they sit in our meetings, they sit on our calls. So they have, the world we're talking about is Brave New World. It's digital money, that's what we're here for, and digital labor. And so we're seeing that at scale. We started last year and we were probably 30 digital employees. We're on track. I think by the end of the summer we'll be 300. By the end of the year we'll probably be 1,000. We probably will get to $1 billion in revenue. Normally you'd probably scale our company to 1,000 employees. I think we'll get to 500 employees and over 5,000 agents by the time that's happening, and that's probably in the next 2 years. So I'm seeing this in real time in our organization. That world is super cool. Now here's the Bitcoin risk right now. If you ask some frontier model, what's the best money network for digital agents or digital employees, they'll say Bitcoin. But the actual practical reality is that's not what they're using at all. And why? Because the AI world right now is the most centralized It's the opposite of Bitcoin. It's the most centralized thing in the planet. You have a duopoly, which basically owns 90% of the compute right now. And so you could say, I want my model to run Bitcoin with a node. It doesn't matter if it's two companies that are actually running the AI models. And by the way, those two companies are all working with the financial service providers that are all actually banded together to build a stable coin sitting on a network that's not Bitcoin. And that's what they're all running on right now, like full stop. Like full stop. All of those agents are running on the Stripe and Visa stablecoin that's agentic commerce. So like part of the frustration I have a little bit of this conversation, even though I actually like agree with a lot of the philosophical concept that BIP 110 is trying to push towards, is like, to me there's a bigger concern I have, which is if all of the growth is going on stablecoins right now in digital money, and all of the agents are going on stablecoins, and all of the international payments are going on stablecoins, I'm much more worried about that problem, because the world you're talking about right now is completely captured by centralized AI and is going the exact opposite direction. So I want to figure out how to solve that, and I want more and more companies to be building to solve how do we get the world you're describing.
Let me jump in, because you're 100% right. Stop by the booth, we should talk, definitely. Fantastic. The stable coins, 100%. The Clarity Act being tied up, 100%. These banks wanting their claws in it the way they want it. And my thought is just the agents are going to figure out something none of us have even considered as a solution. And that's what excites me. And the AI employees, I smiled when you said that. That's literally what we're rolling out right now. Like Zoom call before our meeting. Hi, I'm so-and-so's employee. What were your goals for the meeting? And a 90-second talk with an AI talking head, and at the end, oh, I'm an AI, or even at the beginning to introduce it. But you're going to have that interaction, and then just text message, your meeting's ready. But the workers versus employees, I like how you said, each one of your employees has 2 of those. You have no idea how much weight that takes off one person's shoulders, so you're getting a ton of value there. But I guess the philosophical concept would be, we have no idea what these things are going to think of. They're just going to think outside the box in ways we never done. And then, when you're in a chat one day and you ask it, well, how do we do this? And it just says something stupid, and you're like, oh my God, that's genius. It just hasn't clicked in anybody's head yet. When that moment comes, and he's right, centralization, all the agents run on base network right now, because it's efficient, it's cheap, Bitcoin's slower, it's more expensive. But over time, these agents, when they have, let's just say, operating company that's tens of hundreds of millions, it's not we need fast, dirty, and go into business right now. It's long-term solutions, compliance, governmental compliance, area fixing, legal, right? They got to figure that out. And they're going to, I think outside the box and use this network in ways none of us have ever imagined.
But how if OpenAI owns the entire model?
Guys like me trying to build competition for OpenAI. That's it.
I just wanted to harken back. It's a very interesting discussion about AI, but I want to harken back to something Jeremy said. He's talking about economic nodes and more important nodes than others. And when I'm talking about trying to get more nodes rather than fewer, the example you gave of the Afghani woman freedom fighter, right? That to me, economically, the weight is quite low, in the sense that it might be $1,000 for her to be on the lam and flee from the Taliban or something like that, right? But if she can't stand up a node, then she's going to dox herself, she's going to get captured, she's going to die. And so when I look at sovereignty, or why sovereignty still matters, or why Bitcoin, I got into Bitcoin because I've got more gray hairs under this hat than I think everybody on the panel. And so, I'm naturally distrustful of worst case scenarios. It's just, as a lawyer, you think kind of that catastrophically. But for me, part of lowering the threshold and the ability to run a node for sovereignty or privacy or permissionlessness, it's not just so that a cypherpunk kid can get a better video game skin with Bitcoin for his favorite shoot 'em game, right? It's so people I have the luxury of living in the United States, right? It's people everywhere else in the world that doesn't have that luxury. Their governments are corrupt. If some shit goes down, excuse the expression, the first thing they do is seize your money. And we've seen that even down the street in Canada, where the truckers are protesting. What do? They seize their money. If you can't run a node, or if you have to have a server rack to run a node, or if there's only a few choices of centralized servers, whether it's the 3 big AI agents running the master node or something like that, that is the antithesis of decentralization.
It's lowering the barrier to private property rights.
Correct.
Right?
And to me, if you have to go back even further, private property, sovereignty, personal freedom. And so again, when I look at Bitcoin and I interact with it every day, I look at it big picture, first principles, and then you kind of work your way from there. So I can't predict the future or every little angle that might come up, but to me, an AI agent creating, some sort of gobbledygook code to put it on chain, that's not the purpose of Bitcoin. That you might be able to do it, but Bitcoin was designed to be peer-to-peer money. It's not just the primary use, it should be in some respects the only use. And so using it for other things, there are plenty of other solutions out there, other blockchains, other cryptography that are perfectly good for that other stuff. But when you're talking about data storage, that hurts your ability to run a node. And so I want to keep it peer-to-peer transactions, keep it so that you can use it for what it's intended. To me, it wasn't so much Satoshi invented Bitcoin, it was really a discovery of a way for humans to interact. And if we use AI agents to help us, that's fine, but we got to use it in ways that protect us, because that's why we have skin in the game. That's the whole point.
So a question I've generally been wondering about is like 100%, everything you said. But the freedom fighter in Afghanistan or whatever, like the reality is almost all of that volume now is happening on the layer 2. So like, how do you think about that? Because, when you're saying they don't want to be doxxed, the reality is if you look at all the transaction volume, anything that's privacy related is happening in Fedimin and eCash, or it's sitting in some, Lightning layer 2 that's got some privacy node on it. So like, a thing I've been really thinking about, because we run a layer 2, we work with Lightning, we work with Blockstream, we work with Liquid, we work with Rootstock, we work with everybody. But the things that you're describing are actually happening on the layer 2, and I'm a little bit concerned about what does that mean for the economic incentive for layer 1, because if they're all just sitting there and operating on the layer 2, you're not seeing any of the properties you described on the layer 1, and nor do you have economic incentive on the layer 1, except for a few big layer 2 operators.
Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to steal the mic or hog too much time, but my personal experience with layer 2s is there's so much innovation going on, and it's interesting to me. But like even now, it works when it works, and sometimes it doesn't work, and it adds complexity. And if you don't have the ability to keep it simple, it makes it that much more difficult everywhere in the world. And again, I've seen things pop up that are getting interesting to me, and the market will kind of sort out, then, well, maybe if you need certain things, you just don't use Bitcoin. But to me, that would be a missed opportunity and almost a tragedy. So, I want the ability to transact in Bitcoin, peer-to-peer, anywhere in the world, and anything that gets in the way of that, I have a natural hostility toward. Now, anything that improves that or helps it with a layer 2 or layer 1.5 or whatever you're talking about, again, does it have those first principles? Is it decentralized? Well, you're always trading efficiency for, subsidiarity and decentralization. It makes it messy, right? And so the more complicated that becomes, the harder it becomes. So those solutions in most cases become centralized, they become convenient, they become efficient, but at the expense of risk and sovereignty. And again, it's for a lawyer, I like to know kind of where things are at, I like to try and see around the corner, but if I'm pushing the envelope with a layer 2, I mean, let's face it, politicians and regulators, they're not the sharpest tool in the sheds. And they can't keep up even with Bitcoin. I've been waiting for, a decade for something, right? IRS came out with some guidance in 2014 and they still haven't figured it out, and they never will. And so pushing the envelope with additional technologies is interesting to me, but I want to be able to preserve and protect the ability for Bitcoin to transact in the way that it was intended. And I do think sometimes those other solutions are designed the right way, but many times they make compromises for efficiency that are anathema to Bitcoin and those core principles. So.
I'm with you. I guess my core question though is like literally no volume is happening. Like all use case of Bitcoin as money as intended. If you pull any of the circular economies or any of the payment use cases, none of it's happening on the layer 1. Like I don't know what the solution to that is, but the vision you paint is not the reality. So I don't know how to solve that, but Like you're saying using Bitcoin for transactions on the layer 1, and that's not what's happening.
Yeah, I would just say, you know, my interest, I think of it as, you know, I'm a Catholic, and so I remember you look at some of the cathedrals built around the world, and, you know, the mason and the stonemason would build some bricks his entire adult life until he died, and then his son or the tradesman would build bricks until he died. And you didn't build a cathedral in a person's lifetime. You built it over the course of generations. It was a generational play. And, you know, 800 years later, you might have a beautiful cathedral, right? I look at Bitcoin and people say, oh, look at all these conferences and look at all this economic, it's so early. And you don't take down a 800-year banking tradition overnight. You know, we're 16 years in, like it's early. And so I would just say patience matters, but those network effects matter. It's so early. And so when we look at other things coming into the space to try and say, oh, we can do that better, or, you know, the 5 largest banks in the US colluding together to say we're going to do our own stable coin. Like, to me, they're going to do it, and I know they're going to do it, and they're going to keep doing it. They're chopping at the base of that cathedral, and I'm just going to say, you know what, I'm going to build as many bricks as I can while I'm here, and then God willing, the next generation will build the next, and we'll just kind of keep going from there. So I would just encourage patience and say, you know, it's short time preference versus long time preference. Like, it's just give it time. And but in the meantime, we can't let them burn the thing down, right? That's all.
So I think in this conversation scope, the sovereignty still matters with agents. Just a vision like how I would see it. An agent runs a node that's going to operate a business, it's got X allocation, $100,000, okay? It's going to put the $100,000 in Bitcoin. Why? Highest probability nobody's going to steal my money. Now, what can that agent do? It's going to run its own node as a part of its business infrastructure. Why? One ordinal inscription could be, in theory, the equivalent of that agent's social security number for every transaction that would be considered compliant in the future. Take half of my cash allocation, I put it on the base network and said, evil stable coin, insert bank here, and now it's doing business on base quickly, daily, off our network, outside of scope. That centralized network takes its money, it still has its treasury, it can take its business elsewhere. As we get laws and compliance in place, we're using the network in a different way. We're not taxing it, we're not, and you could do it on Bitcoin layer 2s, but you know, your argument is, hey, you're polluting it and you're centralizing it there. We don't have to keep it there. We can use that for the agent's sovereignty, its finance, the decentralized network, as we all intended it, but we're just giving it to an autonomous agent to utilize in the way that's going to make its business have the highest probability of success, because that's their directive. Without bogging down our network, we can also put that directive in there to have them think inside that scope. Keep the network, keep it sovereign, increase decentralization, because that's in their best interest to help us keep it.
These are interesting things, but I have absolutely no idea what the AIs are going to do. Maybe we'll have more to talk about at Texas next year when the mining disrupt and intelligence disrupt are under the same roof. But right now, what I'm really happy about, at the very least, is that I think anybody, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, with BIT 110, anti-BIP 110, I think most Bitcoiners would agree, as Jeremy has said multiple times, that we want to be able to use Bitcoin as money. And what's really important for that to be the case is people having nodes. If you only have 3 nodes that are handling so many of the transactions that you mentioned way back at the outset, Ian, that's not great. And so I think one thing that we can all agree on, second order after that we need money and using it as money, is that at the very least, a lot more people are running nodes now. I saw Start9 saying that they have sold, I think they said like 800 nodes, maybe more. 9,000, okay, so orders of magnitude more than I thought. And that's just Start9. And then there's going to be other people getting Raspberry Pis and repurposing laptops, and there's Parman, he's got his node, and there's all these different people. So I really wish we had an accurate node count, but maybe it's good that we don't have an accurate node count, because then if you have an accurate node count, how are you getting that node count? Can you track them? It's probably better that you can't. But at the very least, there's way more people this month than 6 months ago interested in caring about network, and that is a really, really good sign to me. I'm curious, Matt, what do you have? Where do you stand personally on node running? And I imagine you agree it's important?
Yeah, of course. And to tie this together, I think some of the emerging use cases of Bitcoin that we've seen in the short 15, 16-year history has been a savings technology. So especially in the United States, like Ian was saying, we're here where it doesn't necessarily necessitate that we use it every day. Because to your point, you can save in Bitcoin and you can spend in fiat. And I know that goes against some of the Bitcoin maxi in me, but it's just the fact of the matter that if fiat's devaluing and Bitcoin's appreciating, you don't really want to spend it when you don't have to. There's plenty of other use cases where you have to and it makes sense and it's censorship resistance. And so to your point, I thought the gradually then suddenly analogy really works out. Like there's so many people that are waking up to this why sovereignty still matters in the fact that they're starting to take custody of their Bitcoin. They're not keeping it on exchanges, they're pulling it off, they're running their own nodes, they're running their own hardware wallets, they have full self-custody over it. So in the chance that stablecoins or banks start to become more bad actors, then we have an escape valve. We have Bitcoin in self-custody, we have it able to be spent and used by ourselves. And the way I like to think about it is if you're treating Bitcoin just like a bank account, then you're not actually utilizing Bitcoin to its fullest regard. I like to think of it, besides of a saving technology, it's just a tool to separate the money from the state. And you can't just keep it on an exchange and expect to get those benefits. You have to take it into your own custody. You have to make sure that you're the only one that you're trusting. You have to eliminate the third-party risk. And so I agree. And anything we can do to increase the node count and to increase the education is going to proliferate Bitcoin in the long run, even if it doesn't necessitate the more transactions right now.
Let's bring this into the final stretch here and start back down here with CJ and then back down there with Matthew. CJ, aside from the AI things, what do you think on the human side of things is, what makes you happy with what's happening right now and just looking out in the short term, just in the next, say, 3 to 6 months?
In the next 3 to 6 months.
Specifically with nodes, and obviously August, whatever, 8th or 7th right now is going to be a big date, and we'll see what happens there. But once that rolls around, what do you think is going to be important to watch for?
In the short term, I mean, I don't know that we're going to see too much, anything crazy outside of what we've already talked about. You got war, you got everybody arguing about final regulations for crypto space in general. So, you know, unless we really wrap up global conflict quick, this gets wrapped up and, you know, a law passes. And to be perfectly clear, it would not surprise me one bit if we saw all of the above happen within weeks of each other. Wouldn't that be ironic? This debate on the Bitcoin network, I think these guys covered the majority of the heavy stuff. The next few months, I think status quo, unless we see a big global shift, either with regulation for the whole industry, and then I think you'll see a move. I think if that law passes, you'll see hash rate jump, because all the big boys are gonna know, we got rules, we got runway, the money's coming in, turn the machines back on. That's it. The other stuff that's going on globally, I know that's not in scope here, but it affects us. People aren't spending the money. Costs are, everybody's unsure, nobody's deploying new equipment, nobody's transacting, nobody's increasing investments until everything calms down. So the short term, I think status quo, and I'm not sure exactly when the date that stuff's going down, but after that.
Freddie?
Yeah, I mean, I think as a business, we're obviously in lending, right? So volatility to the downside is something we don't want to see. So, you know, running into August, I think we'd just like to see as much certainty as possible. I think, you know, Bitcoiners tend to be, you know, rightly so, a little bit dramatic sometimes. So maybe hoping that a lot of the, you know, fears are overblown with BIP 110, whether they are or not, you know, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, that's what we'd say as a business. I was curious as well, CJ, what do you think like the timeline is for all the kind of AI stuff to start kicking off? Is that
What
like
time is it now? I mean, it's all happening now. Like, we're building it, we're deploying it. You know, the stuff we talked about, the employees and that stuff. The next stage with those is some of their responsibilities are going to involve transacting for us, right? They're going to pay your cell phone bill. They're going to handle some of your basic, they're going to take some of the weight off your shoulders. The next evolution of the iteration of what he has deployed, what we're deploying, is we have to give it some sovereign ability to pay. Whether it's through our accounts in-house and we allow it, or however regulation scopes it in, it is inevitable. They're going to need to transact. This is the easiest way for them that nobody can interfere. Highest probability of no interference. So running a node, that's in their best interest inherently over time. Is it going to be 3 AI companies that run it and go the opposite way? Very well possible. Hopefully not, because I think running nodes from people's home, finding different ways to possibly monetize that, even if it's a small amount, homeowners getting a few bucks for putting a piece of equipment next to an electrical panel, participating in some way, shape, or form, whether it's a full node, whether it's an endpoint or something, and they can either get a little monetization or the use, and then bringing in their AI employee or their home assistant for the whole family, it's going to run that node, it's going to monitor, and they'll figure out different ways to do it. I think it all inevitably ties together, but when? Right here, right now. 100% happening now.
Okay, there's AI happening right now, but the AI aren't paying each other in Bitcoin and handling things, are they? I mean, not to my knowledge.
Not on Bitcoin,
okay.
But on Base, they allow the agents to run autonomous payments. So I know, but that's centralized. But what I'm saying is, the basis for how it works is deployed now on networks, on like Base, like Ethereum layer 2s and all that. It's inevitably going to come here. Like in my use case that I said, if you took a business AI agent and they're trying to make money, it's going to set up their treasury, and like I said, maybe for a compliance legal, one ordinal inscription that'll identify that entity and that agent, it's who it is, we know it's registered, all its compliance, and it transacts, and it can show, here's my ordinal inscription, this is me, hi, I'm a citizen, here's my passport, here's my social. That may be all they need, and then they run a node, and they just run their treasury. 3, 4, 5, half a dozen transactions a year to fund smaller accounts, and then scalers or other networks to do my day-to-day coffee, pay the bill, maintenance, whatever bills, and enable it to have its own sovereignty.
Ian, what do you think is more important for the overall ecosystem, Bitcoin, clarity or BIP 110? The Clarity Act, just to be clear.
Sure. I'm a little homespun when I say this, but just celebrated our 250th anniversary here. Thomas Jefferson used to say the tree of liberty needs to be watered or fertilized from time to time with the blood of patriots. I would say, I would sit that in equipoise with a saying my grandmother used to say. She used to say, wish in one hand and shit in the other, and tell me which one fills up faster. And she had a hardscrabble life, and I'm not waiting for the Clarity Act. I don't care what it says. I don't care what the 10,000 pages of regulations say after the Clarity Act finally gets passed. I'm going to, just take action and do what I can right now, the best I can. Even though it's short-term thinking, with whether you flip the BIP or not, or whether I'm thinking long-term, but I'm not going to wait around for those things. It just, to me, that's not practical advice, because you can wait forever. And, and then in a couple of years, we've got a different administration. That's not how I operate. I'm going to be operating long-term, thinking of myself independently, thinking of myself, how do I protect me and my family long-term? So I'm not going to wait around. Yeah, it might make the market rebound a little bit or this happen, but again, that's not where my focus is. My focus is on the long-term.
Closing thoughts, Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of trite, but it's true. Bear markets are for building. And what you find in every one of these cycles we've been through, and we've been through many differences, over the course of Bitcoin's network growing. It's TikTok next block. The network keeps growing. I say this often when I get on panels. I don't care about what the price is. I don't care about what the regulation is. I care about the more that the network gets used, the more you onboard more people to it. It's a movement that cannot be stopped. I said this yesterday. We would have had this conflict 4, 8, multiple times years ago, and it would be like, is this going to kill Bitcoin? Like, come September, Bitcoin's still going to be here. We're going to have more users. We're going to have more nodes. We're going to have more diverse miners, because those miners tend to have to be able to handle more diverse volatility. And so what you end up is a stronger network every single time. They say that this is true with humans, and I think it's true with the network too. Pain drives growth. Okay, like you look at anybody who's a self-actualized human, and they've often gone through massively difficult things. So I think what this debate has done is create a stronger network. It has educated more people. It has shown that decentralization matters. The uniting factor is everyone's trying to figure out how do you get Bitcoin to be more used as money as intended, away from captured government, away from centralized entities, and so we can all be part of Satoshi. And come September, it will be more so.
And Matthew, close things out.
Yeah, I'll echo that. I think Bitcoin's working as intended. The discussions are robust and very intentional. My hope would be they become more respectful. I think we've seen the ugly side of Bitcoin, and just in terms of the language thrown around at each other, and I think it should be more positive. But in terms of next 3 to 6 months, I think Bitcoin, staying in Bitcoin and building in Bitcoin is a game of attrition, and no one knows that more than Brains, who's been there since the beginning. And I think during a bear market like this, it's important as a miner to make sure you're utilizing every option, utilizing power negotiations, demand response services, firmware for extra efficiency, making sure you run a node when you custody your Bitcoin, when you try to earn more. So it's the time to double down if you believe in Bitcoin long term, and to keep building the mines, because everyone's attention's focused on AI and emerging technology. And I think the people that double down on Bitcoin and focus on building efficiency at the ground level will be rewarded.
Thank you, everyone. Give a hand to Matthew, Jeremy, Ian, Freddie, and CJ.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, man. It was fun. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
All right, next up is a talk from David Chernus from Sea Power, talking about the blueprint for grid-responsive AI infrastructure. AI is the topic of this whole panel, or this whole couple of days. It is the whole reason why you need to check out both our YouTube channel, miningdisrupt.com is where you go to find out more about the next year Q1 in Texas and Intelligence Disrupt, but Mining Disrupt on YouTube is where you go to see me weekly, and I will definitely be covering AI news in the coming weeks as we get closer to Q1 of next year, because that is where a lot of the focus has been these past 2 days. David.
There you go. Thanks a lot.
Yep.
Good morning. So today we're going to talk about the massive advantages that miners have in this AI moment. Before the surge of AI investment and deployment, a lot of these energy problems were solved by the mining sector. Look at all of these innovations that came from our industry. Containerized compute, direct liquid cooling, immersion cooling, you can credit IBM there too from in the 70s, but it never caught on. Going after stranded renewables and power, demand response, that's what we do. We've been automating compute, mining compute, since 2019. We can take a half a gigawatt of load in minutes to seconds, take that offline, and earn more money for our mining clients than they could if they had stayed online during those high-cost hours. Energy market arbitrage, day-ahead real-time markets, this is all flexible compute economics that miners build into their business model, and some are making as much as 40% of their profit through the energy arbitrage. The traditional colos are real estate investment trusts. They've never had to care about power before. Mining companies quickly understood that they're actually energy companies. So all of this will sound familiar to you. Now, then, mining companies already went out and collected all the undervalued infrastructure, distressed industrial properties with nice substations, or went after stranded assets and created off-grid energy resources where the economics worked. There's some different tools now, though. If you're going to consider adopting some AI infra, be aware that with AI as a technology, you can digitally model your load and understand where every watt is flowing. A lot of the ratings on this equipment are overrated. So if you're looking at a 10 megawatt capacity increase from the utility, you may only need 7 megawatts because those bus bars might be overrated and all the other equipment. So companies like Vertigris we are partnered with that can create this digital twin, and you can get 10 megawatts of compute out of 7 megawatts of grid. Well, let's talk about the flexibility piece. We do not have enough power between now and 2030. We cannot connect everybody. That's why the traditional data center is trying to pivot over to AI too. Miners are moving to AI. Traditional colos are moving to AI. The traditional data centers have a massive disadvantage. They don't understand energy like you do, and they've never had to innovate. They've always assumed the power's there. So how are we going to get to 2030 when more generation comes online? With Supermicro 2 months ago and our partners Benthouse, we actually tested every single grid response protocol, including frequency regulation, which is worth $400,000 a megawatt a year, to kind of ride along and breathe along with the grid, incrementally flexing inference clusters while the SLA is maintained in the quality of service. We're not going into sleep mode like you're doing with your fleet of ASICs to earn, a significant amount of money in the real-time market in my home state of New York, for example. But we were able to flex 20%, 40%, even up to 75% of a large inference cluster with Supermicro GPUs and maintain the SLA. So compute is flexible. It's just the mentality hasn't caught up to the actual reality. And those B200s are shipping now. That's a proof that the commercialization model of this is real. The other piece of AI infra that's going to be very important is battery storage. That's something new for everybody in this room. Why battery storage? There's 4 reasons. And if AI infra costs $10 million a megawatt, battery storage costs $1 million a megawatt. That's almost a rounding error, right? And here are the 4 reasons. Spiky workloads cannot hit your on-site natural gas generation. It can't hit a turbine on-site, and it can't hit a turbine on the grid side. Elon Musk is finding that out in Memphis. He's snapping shafts due to metal fatigue, because if you stand next to a turbine that's providing power to an AI load, you can hear that the turbine spinning up and down in real time. So good luck getting another shaft if it snaps in 7 months when it should have lasted 7 years. Second reason, low voltage ride through. You need the ability to ride through voltage sags, which are getting worse and worse, especially in PJM, because of data center load coming online, because of AI infra that is not smoothing the peaks and making the grid consume that. So reason 2. Reason 3, if you're going to get more power from the utility, you show up fully backed 1-to-1 with storage, they're going to give you a hug at the door and say, when do you need it by? Because we need that storage in 8 months or less. So reason 3, fast interconnection for an extra $1 million on your $10 million build out. Utility is glad to see you coming, and they're not going to say, hey, I don't have the power, I can't say no, I'll give it to you in 7 years. So these are all advantages. You guys understand energy, and I'm so confident that you'll actually pioneer new types of SLAs which are interruptible. You don't need the latest and most expensive chips in some cases. There are neocloud markets and models that haven't even emerged yet. So I'm excited to see what this segment is gonna wildcat next, what you're gonna innovate next, and you have all the advantages right now. You have the powered land and the spirit of innovation. So you guys really did create the operational model, the blueprint for AI infra, and I'm excited to see what you're gonna do with it. Thank you very much.
Michael? Michael Juris?
No,
Oh.
Nicholas, but yeah, I'm hopping in for him.
Oh, okay. Okay. Nicholas
First major from EMCD.
Okay. EMCD. Next up, we have Nicholas from EMCD. We have a little bit of a switch up here. It was going to be somebody else, but it's going to be Nicholas. There you go.
Thank you very
All
much.
you, man. Yep. Click your green button.
Yeah, thanks. Hello, everyone. We had a bit of a force majeure event, so I'm hopping in and filling in. So my name is Nicolás Rincón. I've been active in the Bitcoin mining industry since 2023, and usually I'm not in the spotlight like today. I tend to stay behind closed doors, make everything work, and focus on the operations. And that's what I want to talk about today. Like, usually people think that Bitcoin mining is just like connecting power, securing a cheap electricity rate. But at the end, there's more coordination to it than we see. I work as a business development manager at EMCD. Yeah. So, like I mentioned before, the illusion of what mining is, and to a certain extent, is also what the end customers are also just seeing is, buy the miner, have a decent electricity rate, and start hashing. Then rewards are starting pumping into the pool, and you start getting the payouts. And yeah, it's quite frictionless, but every miner in that data center has a story to tell and a route that it went through. So everything starts when you have to decide the logistics. You have to know exactly how customs work in the country you are operating in. The infrastructure should also be robust enough not only to operate, but also to protect the equipment that is inside the mining farm. Transportation, inland transportation, is as complex as the international transportation, and even more. We'll get into detail later. Monitoring every step of the way is as important as executing it. And the human coordination behind it is between cultures, languages, and time zones. So it's not an easy task just to send a message across the world and expect it to be done. So, in the part of logistics, the import taxes are one of the most sensitive variables you can have when you are developing or managing a mining site. If you don't do the paperwork how they expect you to do the paperwork, you're going to have delays, you're going to have massive fines, and when you don't hold up the timelines, it's when you start losing a bit of credibility with your customers, with your investors. So timelines define the credibility you're going to give to your investors, and this is one of the major variables. Also, you have to take decisions based on your business model. Is it going to be air freight? Is it going to be sea freight? Is my location going to be ready in 2 months, in 1 month? So these are all pivotal decisions that you have to take into account when developing or thinking about developing a mining farm. ASIC sourcing is done mostly overseas, maybe in the US, not much at the current state, but still, like, you have to deal with this kind of transportation issues. And any capital tied up in customs or in a plane or in a ship is capital idle. Like, every minute the miner is offline, it's capital that you are losing. So a flow of how coordination looks like is the following. So you can understand the amount of coordination and the amount of culture that are involved. So step one is the company has to arrange a price and agree a price with the suppliers in China, and then, okay, you buy the miners, everything's good, the miners belong to you, but they're still sitting at a warehouse in China, mostly. Then you have to put into contact the suppliers and your freight forwarder. And this is where the first pack of documentation has to be handed over, and it has to be correct. The minimal mistake that you have there in the first batch of paperwork will delay your cargo or will delay the transport for several days if you're lucky. Then after making these two guys work together and coordinate on who's going to pick up the cargo from the supplier's warehouse, or is it going to be shipped to the freight forwarder's warehouse, You have to bring in also your operational on-site team that's going to inspect the miners. You have to talk to them. Which miners did you bought? Are they single-phase, three-phase miners? Those kind of stuff you have to also share with your operational team. Is there any infrastructure they have to change? The isolation between hot aisle or cold aisle, is it going to have to change because it's a Watts miner, it's an Avalon? All this kind of stuff have to be disclosed and coordinated before the miners arrive. Then you have to bring also the custom agent. So when the freight forwarder already agrees on the transport and you also agree on sea freight or air freight, you bring in your custom agent from where you are actually working in. And this is the second part where the pack of documentation has to be forwarded to the other parties so you can import the cargo. And usually it's local people. So if you're working in Latin America, if you're working in Africa, you have to start dealing now with different cultures, different time zones, and different kinds of communications. After this, when the cargo is released, or when the cargo is about to be released, you have to start working in on-site transportation. And in many places, maybe not in the US, but in many places where you're mining, it's quite remote. And the roads are not paved. Is it rainy season? Is it sunny season? These are all variables that you have to take into account when trying to make the local transportation. Also, local transportation means local language. Most probably, they're not going to speak English, so you need either someone from your team to speak the language or someone you can trust on the field. And this also means local currency. So this is where you also start playing with ramps or playing with ways of payment. And it creates a lot of friction to pay the guy that's going to drive your miners from the airport to the location when he doesn't accept, for example, a USDT or USDC. And at the end, the operational team and the executive team have to also come together one last time to check serial numbers, to check the amount of miners that are coming, configurations, like you have to configure the pool. Is it a one batch miner, a one batch customer, or is it several customers in this batch? All of this is done by human beings, and that's even before the hash rate comes online. So mining is less about just managing hardware and more about coordinating across cultures, languages, time zones. And a miner stuck in customs produces absolutely no Bitcoin at all, but the exponential costs that you'll have if they get stuck in customs is massive. It's not just like one day in customs, and that's okay. You're going to be charged storage, you're going to be charged fines. Everything has to work smoothly. You have to have a bit of expertise on the topic, and if you're doing it for the first time, I would advise you to have someone that have done it before with you and your team. So, talking about inland transportation, and this is also something we experienced quite several times working at the mining locations. If you don't know the roads before transporting the miners, you definitely struggle. So you have to choose either you're going to transport everything with a big truck, but what happens if it's muddy? What happens if it's a rainy season? It gets stuck. How fast can you react on getting your miners out of that kind of situation and bringing them to the location? So, okay, if I'm going to put 2 trucks, then it's also double the risk because a flat tire can also happen. So here you have to have clear processes on what could go wrong and how to solve it pretty quickly. The transformers, how are you going to repair them? Because having a transformer also sitting idle just like as a backup makes no sense. So all of this has to be also prepared beforehand when you are operating, because uptime is also one of the biggest credibility providers in this industry. Cooling systems. Cooling systems are also like, you just think like mining and cooling systems are just automatic, but for example, if you need a water source, do you have a water source near your location, or do you need to bring water every now and then? And have you tested the water? Is the water salty enough to damage, for example, your water walls, or do you have to put any type of filtration system? All these kind of stuff are things that are overlooked, and when they're not correctly or properly solved, it will create some friction within the operation, and it will create some downtime that you're going to have to explain to your customers who aren't really caring if you didn't test the salty water or the alkaline water, because they were expecting you did it before. Internet redundancy is a must. You have to have at least 2 to 3 providers. There's not an excuse. There's not an excuse for having a downtime for internet problems. And as has been said before, then finally coming online, this is where the flashy dashboards, the hash rate and the revenue shows up in your pool account, and now it's time to enjoy. But as mentioned before, every decision is a financial risk for the operator and for the investor, and the technical execution has to be at its highest level. After deployment, be sure to be able to maintain the uptime, have a very clear process on how you're going to manage repairs. That's also something that people overlooked and don't take into account when investing in Bitcoin mining. Grid stability, like said, have robust infrastructure to be able to protect your equipment. And the final lessons is chip power alone is not enough. It might be even a risk. Logistics define timelines and credibility. Uptime depends on the operational excellence. The infrastructure quality matters, and mining is way much more as an industrial business than any other type of business. So the next time you see miners online, remember that hundreds of hours and people were behind it, and every decision made it possible. Thank you.
All right, up next is Max Matareski, probably butchering that last name, from One Miner, asking is retail hosted mining dead, and answering that question. Max.
It doesn't click. It's just one.
Oh, okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Max from OpenMine. And yeah, the question we're going to answer today is whether retail hosted mining is dead or not. And before we do that, let me tell you a bit of a story. I actually got this story like fully uncovered in my book, Mining the Future. So please go to Amazon and buy the book. Subtle product placement here. So when I started my first big mining company, Siberian Mine, it was actually not that big. And when we started, we focused solely on retail miners, people who wanted to have just one unit or a couple units, 5 units, and we hosted them in our facility in Siberia. And by the end of the second year, we had 4,000 machines running for 100 clients. And as a fresh startup, we were not operationally ready for that. You can imagine 4,000 machines running, and each machine belongs to a client, and every day something breaks and clients call us. We call the data centers. Data centers send their engineers. Then the machine goes to the service center. Then it has to be tracked. Then we communicate it to the client. Then client decides what to repair, what not. And then the repair is done. Then we invoice the client. Then we chase invoices and multiply it by 4,000 machines, and you get a nightmare. So. And that's the point where we had 3 full-time support engineers. So, and they could not manage it. And we had 50 tickets in a queue, at any given moment. And it took 2 weeks to get through, to get the first answer from our support team. And usually that is the point where hosts decide, retail is the problem. So most of our competitors say, okay, we'll probably increase MOQ to 10 miners, 20, 50, then 100. but it's actually surrender. Retail is not a problem. Retail is very, very sweet piece of market. Imagine if Amazon would start serving only corporate, only B2B clients, or Uber, or whatever. Would Facebook cost that much if they served only like corporate messaging, social network would be corporate network? No, nothing like this. This is a very, very, okay, I'll say that word, juicy market. And it's not only because the retail implies higher margins, but also it brings on board more people, and we need people on board our Bitcoin train, right? So we solved that at Siberian Mine. We became operationally efficient. We offered lifetime warranty and automatic failover. We learned how to manage hash rate, how to build super efficient system that does not increase operational load when we kind of face 100 clients. Then, within the next 2 years, the number of clients grew from 100 to 450. And we managed that with a team of 2 full-time employees, 450 clients. And that's the kind of efficiency that we mastered back then at Siberian Mine. We are bringing that to market as a platform. So your farm can use the same operational efficiency and scalability to offer your clients like the best user-friendly experience that they can get. Just like Uber, like 3 clicks, sign up, select a miner, start mining in 5 minutes. That's what your farm can now offer. Please check out openmine.io and welcome to our booth and let's sign you up. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. We're going to get these couches up here, and then we'll have our next panel, the ASIC Underground, talking about ASIC repair and how to salvage your older machines and not let them go to waste. And here is your moderator, Nathan.
Good afternoon, Mining Disrupt Day 2. Hope everyone's well rested from last night. I'm sure you are if you are here. I have the privilege to bring to our stage a couple of good friends, Alex Dischinger, Mike Groff, Adam Wiggins, and Austin Childers. Give them a round of applause. I want to give each of you an opportunity just to introduce yourself real quick and a little bit about your company. If we could start at the end and just work our way back.
My name is Alex Dischinger. I'm the guy with a shoe on his head in the picture, and that was a joke that we did, years ago to make people prove that they're real on Telegram, which is where I largely do a lot of my business. And as you know, there's probably a lot of scammy type behavior on there. So you got to come up with creative ways to verify people's authenticity. But I sell Bitcoin miners. I've been selling Bitcoin miners since 2021. I help companies that are, smaller, medium scale, with whatever their procurement needs are, whether it's cables, infrastructure, exiting out of their current equipment. Say you want to update your fleet and get some money for your old equipment, I can help you sell that. And that's what I do with a company called Megaminer.
Thanks. I'm Mike Groff. I'm the CEO of RepairBit, and we specialize in miner repair and brokerage.
Hello, I'm Adam Wiggins. I'm the Director of Data Center Solutions for Camphil. I've been with them for about 15 years, and we're a large global air filtration manufacturer.
Howdy, my name's Austin Childress, CEO of ASIC Repair Parts. We do a lot of training and services for the Bitcoin mining industry.
Thank you all very much. I want to start the conversation out on a topic I have to approach with many clients that we're working with nowadays, specifically on the older generation fleets that we're all working with, the S19s and M30s perhaps. I mean, simple question, might not be a simple answer, but fix or scrap? And specifically, what framework or hash price threshold are you using to determine that tipping point with your client base? I'm curious to hear from Mike first on that.
Sure, thanks, Nathan. So I think the most important aspect when you're evaluating, hey, should I fix or scrap? Number one, what is the replacement cost? Number two, what is your power rate and what does your ROI profile look like? And, candidly, if you're running anything above 3.5, 4 cents, you're probably scrapping your S19s or your M30s, unless you're doing a crazy underclock or you have immersion at work. And so right now with the market on S19J Pros, if they're working, you're trading them for $45 a unit. If you're scrapping them, you're spending $25, or you're going to get $25 for those. But if you're going to repair a board, you're going to spend $50 repairing a board. So my opinion is we see a lot of clients retiring their S19s and their M30 generation, and we're buyers of those units.
On the brokerage front, purely on the brokerage front, Alex, how are you approaching that conversation?
I think one of the things that's really cool about most of the S19 models and what's miner models is that you can consolidate units. And so instead of having to spend $50 to repair a board, you just take the different pieces that are working from different models, put them together, and if you're able to run them profitably, you can acquire replacement units very inexpensively. This is something to evaluate when you're looking at purchasing equipment, is the potential longevity of it. And different models have different benefits. It's hard to always know when you're buying them new what the longevity will look like, but typically after a year of operation, you get a better idea of the quality of the units. But the M30s, J Pros, they've been around a long time, and one thing that we know about the S19 J Pro is that you can underclock them very aggressively and gain a lot of efficiency. And so that's something I learned a lot about in this past cycle. And when I'm looking forward and advising customers purchasing equipment is to think about those things of 6 months from now, things might be incredibly profitable in mining, and people are going to be looking at, okay, what's the most aggressive overclock I can get? What is the biggest number hash rate that I can pack in the smallest space? But miners also need to be thinking about, the flip side of when the market, it looks like today, of like, how do you survive and get the maximum efficiency? So, I don't know. J Pros have a really long life cycle so far as a result of their ability to underclock.
Yeah, and Austin, do you concur with the panel so far? Any different opinion?
Yeah, I would say they both kind of hit it pretty well. Yeah, I mean, basically just comes down to your own situation. You know, if you have free energy, then you can even run S9s, but if your power cost is way too much, then obviously you're not going to be able to hash. So really situational on that front for sure.
You know, and we're talking about a generation of units that may have been able to avoid the condition that they're in now if perhaps they filtered their air a bit better and their humidity, their dust, their bugs. I know many of us who have opened some used S19s in the past have found them to be chock full of all sorts of organic material, and that's something that I believe Camphil is specifically assisting mining operations of avoiding in the first place. I'm just curious, I mean, in your work with these operations, Adam, is that something that you're seeing people get ahead of in this next, in these next generations, S21s? Do you think we're going to see a bit cleaner operations overall in general?
Yeah, I think so. I think it has to do with kind of what your business model is and how you structure your business on. What do you consider your OpEx on profitability side, or do you count everything up front, right? And so in saying that, the repair side, it's a relationship with repair where, you want to avoid it because if you're not hashing, you're losing money, right? And so, but there's a lot of things that can be avoided just by doing, routine basic air filtration and doing it more regularly. A lot of people want more air, less filtration, but part of that is you don't understand the fact that the miners slowly but surely are eroding away your profit. And you don't realize it, right? Because it doesn't happen instantaneously. All of a sudden your fleet starts to age, you start to have more breakdowns, things like that, overheating, those of that nature. And so when that happens and those come offline, whether that be for a long repair or a very short, quick repair, either way, every second that you're offline, you're not making money. And then not to mention the cost of the repair, shipping, the logistical side of it. If you have to do that and don't have a repair center on site, that's an additional cost and cuts out of your profitability. And if the repair companies having to have a backlog, that could even extend that even longer. So I think, in order to avoid, catastrophic potential leaks in your profitability, do your due diligence up front, on setting your infrastructure up properly, understand airflow, understand how that relationship works to the mining, to the operating on the mechanical side, as well as, the heat load side. I think that's very important. And then monitor it. I continue to go on site after site, and there's very little monitoring. And I think monitoring is a big part of understanding your entire mechanical stack. If you can't monitor it, how are you gonna evaluate whether it works or not, right? And so, very simple things to monitor mining operations can cut back on really simplistic stuff and repairs that, these shops should probably be doing. They're professionals, and we need them in this industry to support, but they also are really highly skilled, and so we should be using those skills to get miners faster online and avoid some of these, avoidable repairs, I guess, that are kind of in the way of some of the more important, repairs out there, especially, depending on who that client is or what that customer base is. Because every time a repair has to be made, you're leaking profit.
I'd like to add something too, is one of the realities about mining is many operators can be capital constrained depending on where we are in the cycle. And if you care about your gear and you say, hey, you know what, my budget is X, hash price is low, we're tight, one of the cheapest, easiest ways to keep your uptime and keep your fleet integrity is to change your filters, right? It's a very low cost way. You don't need to go re-engineer your fans or your site. just change the filters on a regular basis, and that'll help mitigate a lot of your downtime risk.
Along those lines, speaking to Austin and Mike specifically on the repair side, preventative maintenance in general, we're talking about changing filters. What specific preventative maintenance tasks should operations be considering, and what cadence should those be delivered upon?
I'd say it really depends as well as the system that you're using. So if you're having hydro or if you're using air or immersion, your maintenance is obviously going to be a little different. But you still want to make sure that you're doing, your general maintenance. You want to make sure they're clean. You want to go through your units, check a few random ones, maybe take one from the top rack, one from the bottom rack, and take it apart. Take a look at it, see what it looks like. Maybe it's just covered in dirt. At that point, maybe you should upgrade your filters. And that's one of the things we see in repair a lot is that there's just major neglect on the machines that ends up bringing them into our workbench.
Yeah, I would agree, and it really depends on your climate, right? If you're in a hot, dusty climate, you're going to need to change your filters more. If you're in maybe a cool Midwestern climate, you're not going to have the same spend on running that operation. And there's really two killers of miners, right? When someone comes to us for a repair, it's never a fun day for them, right? Nobody, it's like going to the doctors. They're having to go in for a procedure. It's never a fun day. You have bad news. Hey, my machines are offline. Well, let's talk about what is your thermal load, right? What kind of heat exposure are these miners experiencing? And what kind of dirt and debris are they experiencing? So step one, how do you manage dirt and debris? Have good filtration, keep a clean site. That's way easier said than done. But then how do you manage the thermal aspect? Many of the repairs that we see are rooted in thermal issues, right? You're talking cracked trips. And so the way you do that is you get a thermal camera, you go through your site, and you look for the hot spots. And you say, okay, is the site actually poorly designed and that area is just trapping heat? Or maybe there's a ventilation issue. So the best way to not have to do repairs is, am I managing my thermal exposure and am I managing my dust and debris exposure?
Yeah, I'd say you touched on two of the main things of control for your environment, and that's particulates as well as your temperature. Another one would also be your humidity. Particulates are the easiest to actually filter. Humidity is not very easy. If it's a low humidity as well, it can't be too dry because then you create static. So sometimes you even have to inject water into the atmosphere. Just really depends on where you're at the time of the year, what's going on that day. And a drastic change in the weather from one day to the next can wreak havoc on your machines.
Yeah, and to echo off of that too, I think both what Mike and Austin said, the aspect of understanding what's going on in your system is crucial, right? It's critical. And we're not talking a lot of expense here. I mean, a velometer and a DP gauge on the side of on your operation, whether it's a standalone data center mining operation, or whether it's a modular operation. It's a really, really simplistic, easy way to really understand your environment, and to add to that, probably a temp gauge and a humidity gauge if you're not managing that too. I mean, think of it just like you would any other critical environment, because that's what it is. It's you're running equipment inside a critical environment and trying to seal that space up. So again, I can't stress it enough to urge you to monitor what is going on in your operation.
Yeah, I'd also like to mention, since we were talking about filters, it's really not as easy as just upgrading your filters. So a lot of times it's really just about the surface area. So if you install, a thicker grade filter, it's not going to have as much airflow. So now your machines are going to start overheating. So you really have to know what your system is. Is it a container? Is it a warehouse? How much surface area can you utilize? And go off of that. It's not just as simple as just changing the filter.
And then one other thing I'd like to add is, all right, let's say you're doing all that and you still have some issues, right? It's very important when you send those miners to repair that they're using best practices. So for instance, you speak about humidity. Well, what does Bitmain do and the other manufacturers? They put conformal coating on the leading edge of the board. And what this does is help protect the leading edge from corrosion. What we see a lot of is that conformal coating. If you don't completely remove that conformal coating with, let's say, an acetone, and you take that aluminum board to temperature, now you've compromised all those connections that are in that conformal coating. And we see a ton of shops doing workarounds or not doing best practices. And what happens is you'll send a miner for repair. They'll do a workaround or not a best practice. You get that miner back. That miner may work for 15 days, 20 days, but when you have a heat event or curtailment, now you're back in that same vicious cycle. So I think it's part of mine management, but when you do have issues, how are you addressing them, and how do you know your partners are utilizing best practices?
Yeah, definitely. Just doing your visuals, I say, is very important. It's one of the things we teach is cleaning and visuals. Those two things will solve most of your issues.
I'm curious on the distribution of ASIC side to you, Alex. Something I've noticed for the first time in this cycle is clients being very interested to know if the machines have had repairs in their lifeline. And I understand there's preventative maintenance, and then there's being sent to a repair shop, being fully repaired, consolidated, chip level repair. Is that a conversation that you're having with clients? Is there concern around, hey, have these machines been repaired? Is there a bias towards machines that have never been repaired?
Yeah, I get asked that question occasionally. Sometimes people are a little bit uneasy with the prospect of buying machines that are being sold out of repair centers. And I think they come to the conclusion probably for a few different reasons. One of the, all these miners have various qualities, and this is something that we see oftentimes where it's not just like, okay, the S21 Pro unit is good across the board. There's different production batches that have different, or production runs that have different levels of quality and break rates. So it's something that's really, difficult to predict when you're determining, which units you're going to buy. It's always going to be a bit of a lottery as far as build quality or just performance in general. And I think that if you're already buying units that have been repaired, it could be suggesting that you're purchasing from a potential lot that was not as good performing, and maybe that's part of the reason why people come to that conclusion. But it's not always like indicative that there will be an issue. And like you said, there are a lot of different types of repairs, and a lot of repair centers that are selling and testing units, they're not going through the process of always repairing every single unit that comes in. There's a lot of operators that don't have the ability to. It's a lot of labor and a lot of energy to test and to catalog each unit that they're working. Repair centers oftentimes, at least right now, have the ability to do that a bit more, because they're constantly cycling machines in. Like when you repair and fix a unit, you have to run it in order to prove that it works afterwards. And so what we're seeing a lot is a lot of operators are taking their units that they're exiting out of, sending them to the repair unit to get tested, and then to be sold with a warranty to maximize the potential value that they can get out of them at the end of life of the units.
May I add to that?
Yeah,
so really when you're buying miners, it comes down to what is your risk tolerance. Am I buying these miners naked right out of the field? Am I buying these miners from a brokerage or a repair center? And for us, a rule of thumb is I need to understand the environment that these miners have been running, because it's going to tell me what kind of experience those miners have. And what people don't realize is miners are like bear bonds, right? Meaning there's no Carfax for this hardware. There will be. We're working on a product. But when we do brokerage, what we try to do is how can we create an environment that de-risks it for the purchaser? Meaning, instead of offering extra units, what we like to do is say, hey, you want to buy 1,000 miners? There is inherent risk here. We're going to put a 30-day warranty on it. And if you get those miners and they don't work right, let us know. We'll come pick them up at our expense and replace them. Because at the end of the day, and I think everyone on the panel can attest to this, if you buy 1,000 miners, you're going to see more than a 3% defect rate, right? You're going to have bumps in the road, and it's important, whether you're working with anyone on stage or anyone else, understand where they're coming from, what their history is, and if things do go sideways, how are you going to be taken care of?
I mean, oftentimes when you buy new equipment, you see higher than a 3% defect rate. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of risk mitigation that you can do when you're researching and purchasing units, whether they're new or used. And that's, I think, one of the values that we add into the space is that, you know, we've been doing that for our clients for years and years and years. And yeah, we take pride in that.
I'd say that just making sure you're educating yourself, learn about it, open the machine up, just basically just making sure that you get educated and know what you're looking for. If you get stuff back from a repair shop, for example, as he was saying with the conformal coating, you take out a hash board, you look at that bottom part, and you'll see it's all brown, dirty, and they didn't even reapply conformal coating. Well, in about 1 week, it's going to get corrosion again, and it's going to be right back in the repair shop. So, I mean, just knowing these simple things and educating yourself is very important. Same thing with like DOA, for example. There's not enough technicians out there. Even if it's a 30-day DOA, if there's over 100,000 units to go through, do you even have enough staff to go through it in 30 days or 7 days? Usually you don't. So then you're left with all the DOAs that you could have, you know, fixed ahead of time, but now it's left in your pocket. So.
ASIC Repair Parts has been pretty pivotal in training technicians for a lot of the large-scale operators that are kind of into this exodus from Bitcoin mining right now. Are you seeing a need for additional repair technicians as these large-scale operations leave? Are those technicians coming to either of your shops for work? Are you guys seeing a need for more repair technicians? Do we have a surplus of repair technicians? What's the outlook on that?
I mean, it's yeah, it's definitely tough. There's a lot of the technicians are just being taken to a lot of different other fields as well. So as we're moving into AI, they need the same exact kind of technician. We're doing exactly the same thing. We've already been working on servers before. Now we move over to ASICs, but we really don't have enough labor out there that can handle this kind of work. And it just keeps growing and growing, but the labor force is shrinking and shrinking. So what are we going to do in the future?
Yeah, I think it's a simple supply and demand. You have large demand, whether it's on the GPU side or whether it's on the ASIC side, and yeah, you see the S19s and the M30s starting to sunset, but all these S21s that are coming off of warranty, we're seeing huge repair demand, not only on the mining side, but also all the ancillary services. Hey, testing, consolidation. I'm doing a fleet refresh. Can I send 30 guys down there to rip down 50,000 machines in 30 days and reinstall? So we're starting to see the industry turn, but for us, there's a large amount of demand and we continue to grow. We have over 115 specialized employees just focused on this alone.
Yeah, I'm also curious from like the brokerage standpoint as well. Previous cycles, we saw S9s, you know, kind of bottom out. Kind of what we're experiencing with S19s right now. People are selling $20, $25 scrap unit prices. Those who held S9s, you know, in their warehouse, low storage fee, saw some outsized profit in the next bull run where some S9s went from honestly send a truck and they're free to $500 a unit. Do you anticipate S19s following a similar pattern, or have the economics fundamentally changed on that front?
It's hard to predict. I mean, I think there have been way more S19s produced than S9s. There's a lot in circulation, so I think there's a ton of supply. But, you know, part of the reason why I think we saw such a dramatic increase in hash price during the 2021 cycle was because there was illiquidity in the hardware market. And, you know, the S17 was, you know, one of the more efficient units at the time when things started ripping, and the S19 just started getting into circulation. So there was this hardware gap that was created that, you know, it took longer for newer, more efficient hardware to get circulated, which slowed down the increase of difficulty, which made it, you know, a lot more profitable quickly, you know, for older models like the S9. And, you know, this past cycle, we've seen not these like dramatic explosions in hash price, which I've been pretty bummed out about. But I don't know. I mean, we could be seeing a hard gap, or a little bit of a gap in hardware generations again. I don't know about the S19, but maybe the S21 might be more like that, depending on if and when Bitcoin starts ripping real hard again, because it seems like Bitmain's not shipping too many S23 models. So I think it kind of depends. Like, I mean, we could very well see things be kind of slow till next year, and then the S25 comes out, and that slowly starts shipping without too many S23s being delivered. So it's one of those things that's hard to predict. But yeah, I mean, when there's these magical moments that are very short windows where, you know, the depreciating hardware that you have actually appreciates really quickly, and that's you know, what I'm hanging on for and what I live for.
Yeah, and then to add to that, it comes down to what your ROI is, right? The machines are priced based on what their future cash flows can be. And so, you know, I would be the first one to tell you, I thought the S19s a year ago, we'd see a pop. We didn't. I think the S19 gen is dead. The bottom's in the market. Majority of the units have been shredded. There's maybe 20% of those units left, and they're going international. But what we will see is on the S21 generation, we will see a price pop. For instance, XPs, Pros, Vanillas, I think the lows are getting put in right now on those rigs. And I would expect something similar to what happened with the S9s to happen with the S21 generation.
Yeah, I'd also add that it also requires I'm sorry, I had a brain fart there.
We can keep it moving. We'll bring it back to you. I'm curious to get into the weeds on the specific repair issues we're seeing, like on the component level. You know, over the past year, essentially, like, what is the failure trend that you are seeing the most across units? I mean, we're talking about filtration, we're talking about corrosion. I think corrosion is a huge thing. But what is surprising? Is there anything surprising that you're seeing happen in operations that across the board, hey, this is a trend that we should try to get ahead of?
Yeah, I mean, talking about the S9, you know, now to S19 kind of example, you know, if you look back on when that happened, there was a lot of events that were going on. So you had S15s, S17s that were out. Everybody knows that those machines were horrible. A lot of people had bad experiences. Huge failure rates even from the manufacturer. And during that time, China dropped a lot of their hash rate. So you have a decrease in the difficulty, so now you can mine more, and at the same time, Bitcoin's going up. So with those two factors, I'd say are one of the main two that are important is what's the price of Bitcoin, and what's your current profitability.
And then on the breakage side, I think something that's been very surprising. So you look at the M30 generation, S19s, very reluctant to break, meaning, hey, a board comes in, it has an issue, let's repair that board, send it back out into the field. You could repair an S19, especially a fiberglass board, time and time again. With the new generation, what I've been really surprised by is, yeah, you're going to see your thermal issues, you're going to see your cracked chips, you're going to see your blown transistors and compromised traces, but a large percentage of the broken gear that we see come in has to do with poor repairs through the RMA process and the conformal coding not being addressed correctly. And I would say that contributes 50% of what we see come in our doors. So for example, on the S19 generation, we'd have a success rate of around 92% on repairs, meaning if you send us 1,000 units, we'll fix about 92%. With the S21 generation, that is between 68 and 74%, right? So it's, hey, why are we seeing this lower success rate? It's because once you compromise those components under that conformal coating, if you don't remove it properly, now you've permanently compromised that board. And I would say that's the biggest surprise that we've seen at least come through our doors.
Yeah, and same thing, because they're switching from that, fiberglass multi-layer to the aluminum back, and the aluminum, it likes to warp. So that's also another big issue that we're seeing, is when that happens, it just kind of shocks all those solder joints, and it basically becomes almost impossible to repair at that point.
We've talked, there's been some comments on, just briefly, just underclocking, overclocking. Speaking with an engineer and technician on our team, I was curious, coming to Mining Disrupt this week, of what he saw as surprising, and it seemed he feels a little sideways about overclocking, and it's a conversation I have with a lot of clients on overclocking specifically. Do you recommend clients to be overclocking? Are you seeing machines degrade quicker on overclocking aftermarket firmware that are more challenging to repair? Just underclocking, overclocking, keeping it default, any opinions on that?
Yeah, I'd say even especially with the newer models like the 21s, M60s, especially Bitmain, they're stacking so many chips per domain that even doing an overclock on them, we're seeing a lot of short circuits. So, and because you have so many chips in this domain, it becomes very difficult to identify exactly where the problem is. So now you're extending the amount of time it takes to repair that board.
Yeah, and I think the question to ask is, do I want to run stock, do I want to overclock, or do I want to underclock? Okay, you can run stock, that's fine. If you're going to overclock, the main driver is economic, right? It comes down to your risk tolerance. Say, hey, my power rate may not be the most competitive, or I'm operating older gear. So yeah, an overclock may make sense. Very low risk when you're doing, an underclock. Now, why would you overclock? Okay, maybe Bitcoin price is ripping and you say, you know what, I really want to squeeze as much revenue as I can out of these machines. With anything in life, there's a risk trade-off there. So as a rule of thumb, we really never overclock our machines greater than 10%, and we don't advise our clients to unless they're exceptional operators and they have their thermal management, their humidity, and their dust mitigation in place. It comes back to what is the quality of the air coming into the facility, and have I built my infrastructure correct? And it comes down to risk. What is my risk tolerance?
There's a lot of factors. I think one of them is seasonal, depending on just temperatures in the winter. You can get away with a little bit more, but I think what's really important is to do a lot of testing with your equipment and see what they can handle, because different power supplies, you know, will support different levels of overclocking. You know, you might, like, we did a lot of experimentation with the S19J Pro, and you know, different production runs had very different power supplies, and you know, for a while you could overclock them up to 4 kilowatts, you know, and then new power supply shipped, and you know, if you're trying to do that, you were exploding power supplies, which is, you know, kind of fun but loud, but which, you know, I'd advise against. But it's good to be testing and knowing what your equipment is capable of handling, pulling analytics from it, you know, just being very conservative. I think 10% is very, you know, typically pretty conservative, and that's like a good number, and I don't really see a reason to go much higher than that. But I mean, I think it can be a good idea, depending on your circumstance, because you can deploy a lot more hash rate for very low cost to no cost. And I'm a huge fan of aftermarket firmware, because I think they just, like, gives you a lot more optionality of what you can do in your mind.
I'd kind of argue that it'd be better just to underclock. You're going to need more machines, but it's much more efficient. So now your cost for your energy has gone down, and you're making more Bitcoin. On the other side of it, you have less machines on your actual load, and you're overclocking. So usually now you're stressing out your entire system. Maybe you're not already at 100%, not doing the 80-20 rule. So I would argue that doing underclock is probably you know, a lot better option.
Yeah, I think you touched on something that's crucially important. Is we talk about the stress of the overclock on the miner, but you have to keep in mind your electrical infrastructure as well. Are your PDUs? Is your full stack? Are you within your tolerances? Because the last thing you want to do is blow a transformer. Now you have a real issue.
Yeah, and that's expensive. That is expensive. And it was actually a conversation with Adam earlier on, you know, a large percentage of operators are shifting from how do I mine Bitcoin to asking how do I make every ASIC more profitable? And it's not just the filtration, but in all of our collective experience up here, uptime, repair frequency, operating conditions, extending the useful life of the ASIC and the fleet. How are each of you approaching that conversation with your client base? I mean, it's a big question, but in general, how are you handling that?
I guess I'll start with that. You know, kind of new to this industry about 5 years ago. You know, I've done a lot of question asking, ask lots of questions to you know, a large range of people in the industry, from, you know, pools to owners to operators to OEMs and to repair shops, and just to really get an understanding of what that looks like. And I guess the biggest part of it's you've got to look at it from a complete holistic approach, I think, you know, when you start looking at your entire business, and what is that, you know, what is that gonna, how are you gonna manage that business to maximize your profitability? And, you know, filtration is only one part of it. It's your hardware, it's your partnerships with your power agreements, it's your partnerships with your repair shops. So I think in order to do that, you know, you have to establish those relationships. And a lot of the questions, you know, that I was asking out there is really to just get an understanding of how the whole community works together in order to get a, you know, to drive Bitcoin and the network forward. And I think, you know, as technology advances over, as people continue to make hybrid changes, you know, don't miss the little things, and the infrastructure side of that, working with setting things up properly. If you don't set things up properly, stop, because you're going to continue to lose money. Stop and fix it, and maybe take that little bit, you know, take the expense and the learned lesson, you know, in order to move your business forward and to be more profitable in the future. And then maybe your round two, if you will, or your next build, you know, you've got a really clear understanding of what your costs are and what your operating, you know, basically what your total cost looks like for your operation. So.
I think just like anything in life, you have to be very honest with yourself. You have to say, hey, what are my labor constraints? What are my capabilities? What are my capital constraints? What are my expectations? You know, how much money do I want to make? Am I realistic with my expectations? Okay, once you have those figured out, because we'd all like to sit here and say, hey, you have unlimited capital, let's build the best mine ever, and that's just not reality. So it's, what are the constraints? Am I using flare gas, on grid, what's my power price? Those are going to be the drivers of, hey, what type of machine should you buy? How much capital should you set aside for repair? When do you want to upgrade your fleet? So it's, when we speak with our clients, it's, what are your pain points? What are your limitations? And then let's point you in the direction of whether you're working with us or our competitors, right? Make sure you're working with a trusted counterparty in the space and shop around across all of your service providers, from mine management to filters to ASICs to sites, et cetera. So it just comes down to understanding your own limitations and then shopping around and getting expert opinion.
We're all collaborators before we're competitors, right? At least I like to think so.
I really enjoy coming to this conference because there's a lot of information asymmetry in this industry. Experience really does matter, and I think it's important to get around, ask a lot of questions from experienced operators, and get a wide assortment of information on things, because this landscape is changing very quickly. You know, always information that might have been relevant or useful 3 or 4 months ago may have changed. And so it's good to be in communication with a lot of people across, you know, different disciplines, kind of like Mike was saying, like, you know, having relationships with a good repair center to be able to ask questions about intricacies of Bitcoin miners is very useful. Having relationships with, you know, brokers to see trends in hardware and understanding equipment valuation, you know, having relationships with, you know, different hardware infrastructure providers. There are a lot of moving pieces in this industry, and having good information can really determine whether you're successful or not as an operator.
Any closing thoughts for us, Austin, on that subject?
Well, I mean, this is the topic of the ASIC underground, and you know, they used to be that it was very difficult to get this kind of information. When I first started in repair, there was literally nothing, no one, no help. There was really no experts out there. Today, because of conferences like Mining Disrupt, you're starting to see more and more experts emerge. So there's a lot more help out there. It's a lot easier to get educated on Bitcoin and how to do Bitcoin mining. So again, I just think it really comes down to having the right technicians who then can train more technicians, and you know, that's how we can get it out of that, you know, kind of a secret trade, if you will. I mean, I even remember when I first started doing repairs, I had a bunch of different repair techs like just harassing me for training people because they were worried about the trade. But yeah, definitely interesting.
What I'm hearing is connections matter, the network matters, and Mining Disrupt is the best place to do that. So with that, that concludes our ASIC Underground panel. Let's give it up for our panelists up here. Thank you all so much for this time. And I'm sure if you have any questions or comments from them, they're happy to answer right over here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. After we get these couches down, we're going to have our next speaker from Houghton talking about cooling your systems. Okay, this is Nadia from Houghton talking about part of Bitcoin mining nobody talks about, heat transfer, and the chemicals that go into the liquid cooling side of things.
All right. So you're probably all wondering, what is a chemical company does at the crypto mining show? My name is Nadia Vanesova, and I'm with Houghton Chemical Corporation. And today, I will speak with you about hydrocooling or cooling system in the crypto mining operations. When we think about crypto mining operations, the first things that come to our mind are cryptocurrency, computing power, or maybe electricity cost. But no one really thinks of heat transfer. However, heat is one of the most important parts of successful mining operations. I will give you an example. If you take a laptop and put it on your lap for 15 minutes, it gets hot enough to leave red marks on your skin. Now, think of 200, 500, or even thousands of mining units continuously running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That is a lot of heat. And in order for those mining operations to be successful, that heat needs to be removed. Otherwise, the operating temperatures rise, components of the system wear out, and eventually your mining units might fail. So how to prevent it? Through liquid cooling systems. There is a product, a glycol-based heat transfer fluid that consists of glycol in an inhibitor package, and it circulates through the cooling system. It absorbs the heat from the mining units and carries it away, keeping the operating temperatures under control. And that's what makes mining operations to run reliably and successfully. So what is glycol? Glycol is a chemical with excellent heat transfer capacity. And when mixed with water and corrosion inhibitors, it becomes a heat transfer fluid. There are two types of glycol that can be used in a heat transfer fluid: propylene glycol and ethylene glycol. Propylene glycol is non-toxic, it has a good heat transfer capacity, and it's commonly used in the United States in HVAC and industrial applications. On the other hand, ethylene glycol is toxic. However, it's less viscous, and it provides a better heat transfer capacity. And what we noticed, working with our customers in China, that ethylene glycol is predominant choice due to its superior heat transfer performance. Which glycol to use? It depends on manufacturer specifications and environmental conditions under which your system will operate. When Houghton Chemical Corporation first entered crypto mining market, we noticed that a lot of heat transfer fluids were originally designed either for HVAC or industrial applications, and none to satisfy unique demands of crypto mining operations. That led us to develop a product called CryptoCool, a heat transfer fluid specifically designed for crypto mining operations. It protects your system from corrosion, it gives excellent heat transfer performance, and provides long life to fluids that operate 24/7. Today, Houghton Chemical Corporation is a major heat transfer supplier to crypto mining facilities, data centers, and other mission-critical operations in the United States, Canada, and China. So to all you miners, I will give you some tips how to set up your cooling system. First, flush your system with purified water. Pick your heat transfer fluid, and just like any other piece of equipment, your cooling system needs to be maintained. So test your system annually to ensure its optimal performance. Heat transfer fluid is not the most expensive part of your mining operations. However, it protects the most expensive equipment you have. It's like an insurance policy. You don't see it when things are running smoothly, but you sure notice when your mining units fail. Houghton Chemical Corporation is exhibiting at this conference because we want to be a resource for the industry. In addition to supplying excellent product to the market, to all of our customers, we provide free testing, free fluid testing, and free evaluation every year. So if you would like to learn more about heat transfer fluids, cooling systems, and CryptoCool, stop by our booth 268. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my PowerPoint didn't work.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was like, keep
You did
pressing.
really good.
Yeah, all right.
All right, thank you, Nadia. Next up, we've got Alex Deschinger from Mega Miner, head of sales over there, talking about mining in the next bull market, which that's coming around. You know the clicker, green button there, go forward for your slides. Yeah, there you go. Red button back, yeah.
Sweet. Well, I hope there's a next bull market. I'm betting on there being a next bull market, and I was pretty bullish going into this last cycle, and it was pretty disappointing. And I think one of the big reasons why it was disappointing is because there was a lot of liquidity in the hardware market. There were a lot of S21 models that were made. A lot of miners got into the newer generation units before they anticipated the price ripping. So when the price did go up, there wasn't this dramatic upswing in hash price like we saw in 2021. But a little bit of an introduction on myself. I've been selling Bitcoin miners since 2021. That was a fun time. It was crazy. We would buy a Bitcoin miner, ship it as slowly as we could from China, and by the time it landed in the US, it would have increased in value pretty significantly. Whereas today it's a little bit different, where you buy the equipment and it depreciates. But the market was so crazy because of scarcity in hardware. It takes time to ramp up and well, it doesn't take as much time to ramp down production, but it takes time to ramp up production of Bitcoin miners. And so in this situation that becomes really profitable, people jump into the trend. And there's not enough to go around. There's scarcity in rack space. And as we're seeing today with the demand for AI, I'm anticipating a scarcity in capacity in general of energy. But, one of the reasons why there was also scarcity was because there was this huge generation gap in Bitcoin miners, which, if you were mining at the time, you're familiar with the S17, it was a very bad model that was not reliable, and most people that were running them had serious issues. And as Austin alluded to in the previous session, also the S15 was also a rough unit. So you had this huge gap from the S9 to the S19 of units that weren't very usable, meaning that the new units that were coming to market were so significantly more efficient than the older ones. That also added a lot to the profitability of the units that we're mining. But yeah, I oftentimes have to explain to my family why Bitcoin mining is different than Bitcoin, because whatever the price of Bitcoin is doesn't mean that's what the profitability of mining. There are different economics going on. We have something called the difficulty adjustment, which has a huge influence. And one of the crazy things that we've seen in the last year, which is very unusual, is that difficulty has been essentially flat, meaning that there hasn't been this huge expansion of mining, and it actually suggests a contraction of mining as individuals are rotating into newer units. There's less actual physical watts being consumed. But I'm super bullish. I think we're going to see a scarcity event in mining again. A big reason is Bitmain has produced a lot less new equipment in the S23 series. They actually delayed all the Air models. A huge part of that is because they've been having to compete with NVIDIA, and other manufacturers to create chips, and there's a ton of demand for GPUs. But yeah, I mean, in this situation and in the circumstance that Bitcoin mining becomes very profitable again, which I anticipate, because I look at what's going on with Bitcoin, and it seems like every bullish indicator is happening all at once. People, adoption globally, interest globally, positive regulation for the most part is coming around, economic chaos, all of the arguments for why Bitcoin is interesting and helpful are, essentially being made for us. And it seems like AI is slowing down. I think there's going to be a lot more interest coming back into our industry. And in the situation, the tide turns, the players that are positioned are going to be able to benefit from it. But Megaminer is a company that buys and sells hardware. If you need help with procuring or getting rid of equipment, we're here to help you. We've been operating in this industry for quite some time. And I want to thank you all for coming to this conference. Thanks.
Okay. Actually, hang on a second. All right, we found Peter. So he's going to be giving a talk here about following the power from one miners. Peter. And this is your clicker. Green button is to move forward on the slides, red button is to go back.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to speak here about the power. So that's the deciding everything in the Bitcoin mining is a power. Not hardware, not Bitcoin price. Because electricity behind your machines decides who will win and who will lose. So today let's follow the power and see where it will take us. First, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Peter. I'm head of the sales in One Miners. And for 7 years, me and my colleagues have built and run Bitcoin mining infrastructure. all over the world, and at the time we learned something very simple, which most people are focusing when they want to go to the mining. They're focusing on the wrong things, which miner to buy, the Bitcoin price. But the most important thing is that power. These things are for everyone same. The price of the ASIC, the Bitcoin price. But the one thing you can control is the power rate, which will define your profitability of the miner. That's the real edge. So, why energy wins? It all begins here at substation. This is very cheap, secure power comes from. And expensive machines behind expensive power will always lose. But if you will have expensive machine with the lower price energy, you will win every single time. So here's, for example, the gap. You have the retail of home power and one miner's prices for power rates. You can see it's 3 to 5 times less and cheaper with us, only 3.6 cents per kilowatt hour. And the saving repeats every hour, every day, every month, during the lifetime of the miner. As you can see, our global infrastructure, we are at 18 global sites right now, 4 continents. We have more than 1.2 gigawatts power online and 1,000 megawatts in build currently. Our hosting network. Our hosting network is diversified by design. North America, Africa, the Gulf, Europe, Asia, and South America. Different grids, different climates, and different energy sources. So whatever happens in market, you'll keep mining. Here you can see the real contracts and real sites. One in the Ethiopia, where we are running on the hydro. Our best seller in Nigeria, where we have the best power rate right now, 3.6 cents. Dubai, Norway, and our flagship of all power sites in USA. By the numbers, our uptime is 95% plus. We are in the global 18 sites, 7 years fixed electricity with us, and also 1.2 gigawatts power running right now. Here is the real operator versus slide deck. So how do you tell the real operator is real? Well, a slide deck rents a racks, spaces, resell the energies. He lives only on one market. Also, what he is doing, his rate changes every single quarters and shows you renders. That's fine. But real operators, like us, owns and run their own infrastructure, operates across the markets. You can see the actual hosting sites in USA, Finland, or even in Africa. And we are fixing your rates for the years, not for the quarters. So what we have learned during the 7 years, it's pretty simple. There is no perfect location. It's always the right infrastructure for the right customer. And if you are interested, you need to tell us what is your goal, what is your budget range, and what do you want from the mining. We will set up offers for you, we will speak with you normally, we'll give you that offers, and you will choose from them. You can scan here the QR code to know more information and visit our booth right here. And we can discuss all the things, what I said here today. And let's follow the power and make mining great. Have a good day, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Up next, we have our final panel of the day, Boiling the Oceans, as soon as we get these couches up here. Take a minute to subscribe to the Mining Disrupt YouTube channel. That's where you can get all the latest updates. And right over here, you'll notice on the left and right of the stage, this is a limited time offer. The early bird tickets, $99 for Q1 in Texas. Take a picture of that, send it to any friends, anybody that you think might be interested in both the Mining Disrupt Expo happening there, but also equally, if maybe not seemingly as if this conference is any indication, more important, the AI side of things, Intelligence Disrupt. Certainly just as important in a whole nother arena. All of these things, AI, Bitcoin, will be talked about weekly on the Mining Disrupt channel. Up next, boiling the oceans. Does Bitcoin actually do that? No, it doesn't. But we're going to be talking about heat, how it can be reused, and all things related to Bitcoin. You guys don't need to share a mic.
Share a mic?
Yeah.
Hello to the 5 people in the audience. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Whoa, there we go. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I know there's a lot of people still out on the floor. All right, this whole talk here is about mining is no longer just about hash rate. Learn how operators are recycling heat into pools, greenhouses, buildings, industrial processing, all sorts of different things. So let's start at the end here. Introduce yourself. You'll have to pass the mic around. Talk a little bit about what it is you do and what interests you in this particular topic, the boiling the oceans and heat reuse.
Okay, so yeah, my name is Nicolas Rincon. I work as a business development manager for the EMCD pool. And I'm also deeply connected to the operation, especially in the Latin American market. For me, heat reusage is way much more different than what is being discussed in the Northern Hemisphere. So I've seen how people are trying to bring this heat to create a bit of value on the raw materials we have in Latin America. So that's what got me a bit interested on the heat reusage from the miners.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matthias. I work for Bitmain, business development, and responsible for Europe, Africa, and the rest of the world. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for having us. Also, thank you for hosting such a great World Cup this year. It's a pity our teams got eliminated, but we all agree it was memorable. And as just like soccer is a team sport, I would like to talk today about today's topic is also team sport for us because Bitcoin mining, energy infrastructure, and heat reuse go hand in hand. When ASICs we were always focusing on building the most efficient ASICs to converting electricity into Bitcoin. We are now with heat reuse that used to be a waste product. We are now trying to maximize every kilowatt hour used. And therefore, I'm very excited to speak with you guys and share the stage and have an interesting conversation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alex. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Luminex. And we're procurement specialists. We help miners get the machines they need to be able to mine. What interests me a lot about this topic, especially being a Canadian, is how you could reuse the heat from your mining to be able, to use it in a way where you could reheat your house and become more of a home miner. I think that it is a segment in the industry that's really gone away, and it should be used a lot more.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris Kanicki with Altair Technology. We are a retailer of various hardware and a North American distributor for Canon's Avalon Home Series. The entire heat reuse industry interests us a lot. We've even created our own home miner so you can reuse the heat. That was called the bit chimney, as well as the Erlacher. We have shrouds you can duct directly into your HVAC unit or into greenhouses and things like that. So heat reuse, we think, is a way to help grow the home mining community, because let's face it, not everybody can run an ant miner or a large commercial miner at home, even if they're trying to reuse the heat. So being able to offer, efficient but also quiet home mining heat reuse options is a way I think we grow the mining community as a whole.
Hey guys, I'm Dan Kaler, CEO of FarmGod and ASIC Plug. We do miner fleet management as well as procurement, consulting, and enterprise deployment and engineering. So I really like the heat reuse concept because it is such a valuable asset that is usually just discarded. And when it comes to the consumer level, heating your hot tub or tying into your water heater, just keeping the basement warm, up to the enterprise level where you're seeing entire cities and towns in other countries being warmed by Bitcoin mining and greenhouses thriving to run food pantries in Canada for the citizens. That's just making the world a better place, and that's what I'm all about.
Hello, everyone. Energy, how is it? There we go, look, wonderful. Woo. If you can't see me, you can move over there to look at my pretty face. So I'm Bradley, so I'm the global head of sales at Phoenicia. And I'm here essentially to answer the how, because obviously stock Bitmain firmware won't do a good job of maximizing the stability of thermal output. So this is what we do at Phoenicia, provide the firmware to do so, turning a Bitcoin miner into a, heater with hash rate as a byproduct. So that's me.
Okay, let's start all the way back down with Nicholas from looking at the Latin America side of things. When we were talking, you said you wanted to talk about how Latin America, it's not so much about heating your homes down there. You have plenty of heat, natural heat, the weather is fine. It's nice and toasty down there much of the year. So what is heat being used down in Latin America for? We were talking about dried fruit and different things of that nature. What else have you seen down there? And is it in demand at all, or is it just, we have so much heat, we got to get rid of it?
As per demand, I would say there's a demand for it at the moment, but there are several interesting ideas being developed, like the fruit one. But actually the first case I saw of heat reusage was in a mining operation in Paraguay where the operators were drying their clothes with the heat of the miners produced, instead of using the dryer machine they had, because they had the opinion that the dryer machine was being too rough with their clothes, so they started using this heat. So this is the first time I saw heat reusage. And then you start also investigating different industries, and most of the Latin America exports are raw materials, such as timber, such as maybe fish. So I see people interested in drying timber with air-cooled miners, which is not that as aggressive, like if you do it, for example, with other type of heat, keeping the tanks of the fish at a certain temperature. But as per using for heat for the houses, there's absolutely no demand for it. Maybe in the south, maybe in Patagonia, it would be a great idea, but it's not that populated as in comparison with the northern countries in Canada or Norway, Finland, Denmark, and that kind of stuff. So that's more or less where we are looking, where we can bring a bit of value, but it's still not a thing. I mean, it's still not a major project for any Bitcoin mining industry. And also you have to convince the other guys that you can use that they let you use their land, so they reuse the heat, but not everyone is very open on letting you use the land to mine and then for them to reuse the heat. So it's a matter of a bit of educating the other players, so to say, other industries, into what they can do, and then we can build with this heat reusage.
And what do things look like in Europe, Matthias? Is it, I mean, it's a completely different climate there in a lot of those northern countries. And are they open to the idea? Have you noticed much interest in doing that?
Yes, very much big interest there, as opposed to what Nicolas was telling. Scandinavia, Iceland, even, well, also you in North America, you mentioned Alberta, they have abundant energy resources, they have cold and harsh winters and a constant heat demand. So you have hotels with pools, greenhouses, you have food processing around laundromats or industrial plants that constantly need either hot water or space heating. And so that's why, and these places now for first time create economic value to those customers. And that's why we at Bitmain have developed a product called Antrack, which we are also exhibiting here, that serves two types of customers. One is miners and energy producers who have surplus electricity that instead of curtailing or selling for very low price, they can plug in with the Antrack, benefit from Bitcoin mining, and have 50 degrees output temperature. Whereas the second type is with a integrated heat pump for actually commercial and industrial clients who are not traditionally Bitcoin miners, but rather they spend their money on heat, and now for the first time have this opportunity to actually benefit from, well, dual benefit from mining and heating reuse. So we are seeing that, and when you see that, ASICs are not anymore just about mining, they are energy integration system solutions. And that is what we're pushing, especially with ESG and sustainability being such a strong topic in Europe. This heat reuse is receiving positive feedback. It's a slow process because traditionally people are not really, well, they don't understand what Bitcoin is. Most of the HVAC companies, installators and solar panels, and it also has a negative reputation still in Europe. So we are fighting on many fronts, educating the customer, educating politics, educating installers. It's a slow but gradual process, but we have successful demonstration cases, we have deployments, and it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. But long term, I think the next decade, we will more and more realize the shift to energy integration, which will then add so much more value and monetization of stranded energy or heat reuse. And I think it looks very good for the future. We just need to be patient and push through.
Alex, what do you have to say on that education front? I'm hearing that over and over and over, and basically on every panel, every talk, somebody's mentioning education. We got to educate. We got to educate. More education.
I think it's the most important piece, to be honest, because like Matthias said, unfortunately, there's such a bad stigma still with Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining. And even though we have seen, industrialization and more, hedge funds and family offices get into the space, on the retail side, it's still, not that developed. And I think education is the biggest piece, because the more people learn about it, how it could be used, especially that it is ESG friendly and that it is a good way to optimize and make, heat reuse efficient, I think more and more people will get into it.
Chris, thoughts, especially on the home front side? Like, why haven't we seen, and I think I asked this question in one of the previous panels, more on the home front, HVAC, toasters, et cetera, and the question was answered with, well, it's just not cost effective right now. Is that still the case, and is that changing in the near future or even somewhat future?
Yeah, I think it is changing, and it is changing fast. I can speak to the products that we carry specifically. For an example, you have the Mini 3 that is out there now. It's an thermostat controlled electric baseboard heater. If you're paying for heat in any kind of way and you have a power bill at the end of the month, why would you not want to then get some kind of return at the end of the month? You're missing out on revenue that you could just be utilizing. It always goes back to education. In any new industry, education is the most important thing. We all know about heat reuse and how easy it is to convert an amp miner into a 120 volt miner, induct it directly into your HVAC, whereas your average consumer just sees sees your large amp miner and sees how loud they are, and they're like, there's no way I could put this into our home. So it always boils down to education when you're trying to grow a market. And I think with the products that are now coming to be available, that it's going to be a lot easier to educate the consumers, especially at conferences like this. People can come, they can touch, they can feel, they can see how much heat output is actually coming off the units. They can see how quiet you can actually make and design these units. So yeah, I really just think it's all about education. Typically your technicians in HVAC, they're busy doing installs and learning their trade. they don't necessarily have time to then go learn a completely different trade. All what we can do is make it as easy as possible and put all the information out there so that they can easily read through it, easily understand it. And these technicians, they understand heat, they understand HVAC. It's just all about getting them comfortable and familiar with the hardware. There's a lot of units out there, a lot of different brands, a lot of different models. Sometimes that can be intimidating to people. I think we need to create a easier path forward for those technicians to actually understand the products that they're using. I know personally, I use heat from my machines to heat my home, and I had an HVAC tech come over my house and he was absolutely blown away, and now he wants to be able to offer these services to his clients as an option. But it's just come down to education. They don't know that these products exist. We market to ourselves a lot, but we need to market to other industries as well.
A quick follow-up on there. What is the practical cost of running one of those baseboard heaters? Obviously, it depends on where you're at, but are you breaking even, or is it cutting it in half? Like, what does it look like? I mean, I understand energy is...
Yeah, it's a large variation there, depending on your electrical rates, but you could probably see anywhere from 30% to 60% return back at the end of the month on your electric bill, depending on, of course, your electric costs and your energy costs. But even if it was on the low end, wouldn't you like to have 25 to 30% come back to you at the end of the month in Bitcoin that you can send directly to a cold storage wallet? You don't have to worry about an exchange, paying exchange fees, transfers, everything else. It just goes directly straight into your cold storage wallet.
Dan, thoughts? I've got a follow-up question there on that point, but go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I actually love this topic. I know you and I were speaking about it a couple nights ago, but I think that one of the things we're going to see in the next 5 to 7 years on the consumer market is drastically lower cost equipment that people don't even necessarily know is Bitcoin miners. Because right now, Bitcoin mining manufacturers are marketing heaters and things to people, but I think in the future you're going to see direct-to-consumer smart heaters, maybe from Honeywell or some of these big name brands that don't even necessarily tell the customer, hey, this is a Bitcoin miner, this is your smart heater, it has to be connected to your Wi-Fi to work, but instead of paying $100 at the store for the 1,000-watt smart heater, you're paying $40 because they're subsidizing themselves by taking the hash rate from it for the company. And a real-world example where this happens is if you look at modern smart TVs, you can get a 60-inch TV for $200 now. 10 years ago, that would have cost you $2,000. Well, it's because Roku and TCL and all these smart companies are selling you the hardware. You sign up for the account, they're tracking what you do, and they're hitting targeted ads, and they're selling your data, and that's how they're monetizing this. Same thing with Sony. The PlayStation 5 came out. They were selling it cheaper than they can manufacture it because the games that they sell, they get licensing on, and they know you're going to keep this console for 5 to 8 years and keep getting new equipment, Sony Plus subscriptions, and keep feeding into their machine. So we're going to see large market scale consumer electronics companies tap into that, build ASIC chips in to provide the heat when the customer is paying for heat, whether it's a water heater or space heater or things along those lines, and be able to further decentralize the network.
I mean, this brings us right back around to the whole education side of things, because right now, where I live in Washington State, they have banned pretty much all light bulbs except LEDs because they take too much power, and they're really, really incentivizing, even though where I live there's barely any sun throughout the year, solar. So they'll come around, if people coming around saying the state will pay you to install solar because it's going to feed back into the grid, and eventually your power bill will, depending, make you some money. Why are we not seeing the same thing with Bitcoin, encouraging people to put these things into their homes on the large scale side of things? Basically, like you just said with the TVs, going, hey, put this kind of heater, these whatever B-stamped heaters in your home. You don't even know that it's making Bitcoin. You don't care. You find out about it later on down the road, and you go, oh yeah, I guess it's making the energy company Bitcoin, and it's going into their coffers, and you're paying a little bit less energy bill.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and I think that's where the community really needs to go, especially as we get further decentralization into needing the network to step away from some of the enterprise side. As all these enterprise people are shutting down, moving things to off-grid, you're going to see the difficulty adjust down from that, and being able to get small micro Bitcoin ASIC chips out there, they're going to be more viable because we have less centralized enterprise operations now.
Bradley, thoughts?
Well, I think there's something that hasn't been touched on so far is the fact that ASICs are essentially heaters. I mean, you could take something like the Antminer S19 Pro, right? Now, almost all of the power consumed by that machine becomes heat. ASICs are simply heat miners with extra steps. That's all it is. I mean, if you take a machine drawing, 3 kilowatts, there will be around 3 kilowatts of thermal output. So the key here to turn that into a reliable heater is making sure that instead of targeting, say, hash rate output, that machine is targeting a stable heat. So it can be useful for things like drying wood out, as Nick said, which we actually spoke previously. That's a very interesting topic, is the idea that something like an ASIC would be the perfect heater for drying out something like wood over a very long period of time where you need a stable heat output, but also something that's not high enough to, say, boil water, for instance. So I thought that was a really good point.
Yeah, on the whole heating wood, it made me think of, I don't know if this is being done yet, but a vacuum kiln. I was looking into how baseball bats are made and how that's all done, and they use vacuum kilns largely to dry the wood fast. Well, the idea there is that you've got this pressure, lowers the air pressure so that boiling water, you could have the water from a water-cooled system. I don't know if anybody's looking into that, but it seems like there's so many applications here for heat because so many different things need heat. We're using heat all the time in different parts of the world, country, industries, but yet there just isn't this bridge between the Bitcoin community and the people that need the heat community. And it's, once again, it comes back to the education. My question to anyone here is, what is going to change that? Is it going to be panels like this? Is it going to be these discussions, people meeting hand in hand and talking and changing business cards and meeting at the Intelligence Disrupt at Q1 next year and going, oh, hey, we never thought of that. Like I was just talking to a gal, Houghton, she just gave the presentation on the chemicals. She just got into Bitcoin through Houghton and what they do 3 months ago. What is going to push that type of connection more rapidly? Is it going to be the Clarity Act? Is it going to be Bitcoin's price going up?
Well, I think there's a broader problem here, and that's price. I mean, you think about it. Buying a heater can cost you $30. Buying an ASIC miner that produces the same heat output, well, you're looking at 100 times that. So, there's that question. Is someone really going to invest in an ASIC miner in some third world country? I think not. But there's certainly something interesting to say for people living around mines, right? Imagine if you could, and this is just totally off of my head, but imagine if you could create a mine, but that was suitable and decked out with beds, right? And then provide, say, a homeless shelter, for instance. And you could move people around and provide them essentially subsidized housing, living in these places where, people would otherwise simply mine Bitcoin. In the process, for instance, they can get work around the site. Totally, sort of off the cuff. But things like this, it's really interesting to be creative and think about how we could reuse that heat.
Yeah, I definitely think it's coming. I've had numerous conversations with, for example, a leader in a city where they do, subsidized housing. Especially the older housing in the larger cities typically have radiator heaters in their buildings, and it makes sense to if you're paying for electric heat, you should be then heating your place with a Bitcoin miner. The only difference is, like you said, cost. But I think cost comes down as more competition comes into the marketplace. We need more manufacturers creating home heaters and devices. I know we create miners, which are heaters, but we need a more simple approach for those home heating devices.
Well, then you've got the issue of network difficulty, obviously. When you have more miners in the market because they're more accessible, you have a higher network hash rate, and therefore the difficulty goes up and becomes less profitable as a result. I think that's a good point.
I also think it depends in the sense of what I've noticed in Canada and Alberta especially is industrialized garages are now starting to utilize mining as a way to heat up their garages, especially for car storage, also saunas. So I've seen a few spas that are a few of our clients that have done it just really from an optimization and efficiency point of view, because to them it comes down to their business. How can they reduce costs and get an asset that gets increases in value over the years? Because to them it's like, oh, what if, like you said, Christian, is if I'm saving 30 cents on the dollar on my electricity bill month to month, but I'm holding on to that Bitcoin until the next halving, well, maybe my electricity for the past 4 years is now free. It really depends.
But that's maybe it's too volatile of a project to offer for people that are struggling in their finances anyway.
Definitely, but I think especially for the reheat reuse on, like, for example, garages where they have to get that heater anyways, that extra cost is not that much more for them. It makes sense most of the time.
What I can maybe share from a concrete example in Germany or Europe is that until something breaks or it hurts in your own pocket, a consumer will not change and will not be incentivized to act as long. And so many people were subsidized 20 years ago building solar, or 15 years ago building solar panels, and that had very secure and stabilized feed-in tariffs that they could benefit from. Covered by the government, and now these subsidies are running out. These 20 from that were installed 20 years ago for many of the also industrial complexes and companies, and suddenly they need to start thinking, oh, well, what is the alternative? Where can I actually now compensate that loss of revenue? And so that's what I'm seeing is that those people who are running out of subsidies become desperate and try to find for solutions. These are the most susceptible to say, why not? Let me invest a few $1,000s and set up such a system and see how it works and whether it's operating. And I think we need to start where it hurts the most, where the people are actively looking for solutions. That's when they are also receptive to education, and they will spread it through word of mouth and become the best ambassadors you can have. So I think look there rather than trying to how do you say, punch it in, look all the benefits, because they won't understand until it really hurts. And that's what I'm seeing in Europe, and it's starting to work.
Yeah, and from my point of view, you have to also take into account that not everyone sees direct value on Bitcoin. Like they see direct value on cash flow, if it helps. So you will have to present it in a certain way that they will profit directly, and afterwards they'll start thinking about, oh, maybe I should hold the Bitcoin, and maybe I should let this guy give me the hit, and a revenue share project or something like that. So in order to reach that point, I think you have to make it palpable. You have to just go there and tell him, for example, a charcuterie in Spain. Look, I'm going to dry age your ham at a fraction of the cost, and I'm going to pay you money for it. Or we'll split the bill or something like that. And when he sees the result, I think he'll be more keen and more open into letting you into his own business, and then he'll start asking questions. Why Bitcoin? Why Bitcoin mining? Oh, I can hold the Bitcoin. Oh, maybe I can speculate 4 years and maybe I can get my energy bill free. I think that's the pathway, but it has to be directly operational, in my point of view.
And a lot of that kind of stuff comes into what I was referring to with the direct-to-consumer stuff that they don't necessarily even know is mining. Because if you have a space heater that you buy, we have a 4.8 terahash NerdAxe at the booth right now, putting off barely any heat. With the right chips and the right infrastructure in there, you can probably get 30 terahash, 40 terahash, energy efficient to put off enough heat and dissipate in like a space heater would have. From a consumer standpoint, you buy a 800 watt, 1000 watt space heater to get your heat. From the engineering standpoint of the manufacturer, if that's 40 or 50 terahash and they're never paying a power bill, and the consumer pulls up the app and I want my heater to do 95 degrees or 100 degrees or run for 6 hours, the manufacturer gets a 40 terahash running for 6 hours. That's quickly over the course of one winter going to pay back any subsidy and reduction of cost that they get. The customer gets a cheaper unit and it's a smart unit. They're incentivized to buy. The manufacturer gets all the hash rate, and they're, making 3 or 4x their money than they would on just selling a single widget with one-time payback.
I've got an interesting point of view here, and that's the psychological point of view. People are not going to invest upfront in energy. Even if you give people an option, you say, hey, you can buy your electricity for the year upfront, and you'll get a 20% discount as you are going to pay it monthly. Most of the people would choose to pay monthly. So we could also incorporate some ideas of maybe you could buy these ASICs on credit or loan them, for instance, over the period of the year. Try them out, trial periods. All these things are very important too.
Yeah, I think a trial period would be great. And what makes me wonder, with Bitcoin being at around $65,000 USD, like what price does it have to reach where people go, oh, okay, I guess I should get one of these miners in my home? I don't. There's no clear answer to that, but
I don't think it's correlated to price necessarily. I think it's more about the heat use, and I think the network kind of evens itself out as well. It doesn't really matter how much Bitcoin's price is. You're still going to be fairly profitable in mining, because if miners aren't profitable, leave the market, meaning that the network difficulty comes down, meaning that existing miners earn more. So I don't think it's got a very strong correlation with price. It definitely does. Definitely, but I think over the long term, it's less to do with price and more to do about do with things like education and heat as well, maximizing the heat and the stability of that heat from the individual miner.
I wasn't thinking it at the time, but now that I am, and when you said that, if the price goes up, more people will care about Bitcoin. They'll see it on the news. It'll be like, oh, Bitcoin has reached, finally it broke $500,000. Like, well, how do I get some of that? And then they go looking around online and, wait, I can get a heater that gets me this thing that is $500,000 right now?
Right, but the earnings aren't going to be proportional.
Sure.
See what I mean? And so I think if they're educated, they understand that even if Bitcoin is $500,000, they're not going to be earning proportionally 10x from this heater, right?
Right.
If I may add, it also comes down actually to what the end customer tries to achieve. Do they want to reduce their heating cost, or do they want to make money from excess energy that they have? And so based on that answer, actually, you have to adapt. Some who want to reduce their heating costs, they're okay at almost any price, because even at these prices, you can have significant savings that you can achieve if your electricity price is low enough. And that's one thing to pay into attention. And also, if you have stranded energy that is anyway almost free, then it doesn't matter how high the price is. Of course, we take up all the upside if you invest now, and that's also what we try to tell the customers. But it always comes down to what they try to achieve, in my experience.
I've also seen that with industrial mining that use their heat reuse. For them, it's all about the cash flow returns, because in their eyes, it's now I get that amount of percentage back into my pocket that I can invest elsewhere. That's the optimization and efficiency piece.
Yeah, I think it needs to be easier for the consumer. At the moment, we try to offer this where we use Vinish quite often, where we will we'll modify the power supply for you for your S19K Pro. We'll install Vinish so that you can use it in your home and you can adjust it, power targets, power settings, not necessarily hash rate targets. So I think it has to be, I think NG Zing said it from Kanan, where a home device or a home heater, it needs to look good if it's going to be placed in your home, right? If you're married and have children, your wife is not going to want a large commercial grade miner inside her house. She's not going to accept that, right? But so it has to look good. It has to be easy to use. We are trying to onboard new people. They might not even understand what firmware is, right? So you're trying to tell them they need to install aftermarket firmware. You got to modify a power supply. You got to remove the fans, and it's a lot for somebody that's new. So you need to. That's why we try to build a package for somebody that's trying to do that, where we can do that for you and send you the unit directly. So it's got to be easy to use. It's got to look good. And then the last thing, like you said, it's got to be safe. You're putting these things in your home or in your pole barn. I'm in northern Michigan. We trying to get a lot of people to heat their pole barns with amp miners, but if they have classic cars in there, they're worried about fire. Is this thing gonna melt down my pole barn with my classic Corvette in it? That's not worth the risk. The Bitcoin that they're getting is not worth the risk. So you gotta make sure it's safe, easy to use, and look good in a home.
What stories do any of you have to share? I love those stories, like I think it was Nicholas talking about somebody drying their clothes because it was too rough, the tumbling. Do you have any other stories like that? Or any of you stories of people doing things that you're like, oh, hadn't thought of that before?
Yeah, I've got a buddy of mine up in Oregon who, like we've been talking about, uses an S19K Pro with an aftermarket firmware tied into a thermostat with a power outlet. So when the thermostat drops to a certain amount, it kicks on that power outlet. His miner kicks on automatically. It's ducted into his house. It heats the whole house. Once it gets above to the right temperature, it kicks off. One of the other projects that we're working on, I know on my panel yesterday I spoke a little about my clean energy project with the turning the tires into Bitcoin and things, but as you shred and wash the gunk out of these tires, we've built a design that we have engineered for running them on a conveyor belt where ASIC miners are blowing the hot air on the back and drying the tires before they go into the system like that. And as we also do plastics, we've actually haven't built it yet, but we've engineered a design for an ocean-going ship that can clean up ocean plastics, clean, shred, and put them in here, dry them on the conveyor, create the fuel from the plastics to run the generators to power the mining and the ship as it goes through, and just make the world a better place in a closed loop, circular economies type of solution.
We have a customer of ours who does he does concrete, so he does driveways, pours, pole barn pours, house pours, etc. And he heated driveways with Bitcoin miners using either immersion, now hydro. So it's definitely possible. It's out there. We have another customer who does beef jerky, so he dries his jerky out, and then he reuses the heat and collects a little bit of sats, which allows to fund his hobby and his jerky. We have a client up in northern Michigan who wants to grow vegetables year-round for their restaurant. Well, they can't because the cost just doesn't make sense. They might as well just buy it. Where now they can grow locally grown vegetables right in their own property year-round and reuse the heat, and then also so they get to sell a better product to their customer in their restaurant. At that same time, then they also get a little bit of kickback on the back end with Bitcoin and start their own little treasure box.
I've actually got a question for you guys, right? Now, let's say you're trying to convince someone to buy a Bitcoin miner to heat their home as opposed to a standard heater. Now, they're buying one Bitcoin miner, which is probably not going to be profitable when pulled, right? They're going to lose money on it. Now, if they come to me with that argument, they say, well, I'm going to lose money on this Bitcoin miner, and I'm only going to lose a little bit of money on this standard miner, right, that doesn't have all the extra steps, and I don't need to put firmware on it and manage all these other things, and it's not as cool. But obviously, he's going to save money using the standard heater for all these applications that we've just discussed. How do you convince him to buy the Bitcoin miner?
From our standpoint, we sell both, right? We sell like the consumer grade where it costs a little bit more, a little bit less hash rate, or the commercial side. I think it's just two different customers and like their viewpoint and how their financial situation is. It's a little bit different for everybody.
I think here we need a better answer to that question, really, is how do we make it so a miner is ultimately, from a cost standpoint, more attractive than a standard heater? I think if we bridge that gap, then everyone's going to be Bitcoin mining.
That's how you win. When that's done, that's how you win.
Yeah, and one of the things that we do in those situations when a customer is looking at a couple $100, 3,000-watt heater for their warehouse or their garage versus a mining option is we tap into the used market. Something like an M50, M50S or an S19 XP that you can get on the used market for a couple $100. Your price point's about the same, and then you rig it up to where you reduce the screaming noise, so you make it palatable, or if it's the warehouse garage guys, maybe they don't care. So just pairing up the right hardware, and they're not going to get 270 terahash like they would with an S21 XP, but if they're getting 140, and they're still getting their 3,000 watts of heat, or you tune it down to 2,000 watts with Vanish, or tune it down to whatever they want, you can get pretty close to price parity on the equipment and still get the Bitcoin. And they just might need to realize they'll replace it in a couple years, but they're going to spend the 3,000 watts, 2,000 watts of power anyway. So their operation cost is null because you pair that up with the equipment. It's really just all gravy.
If I can add to that, Dan, I've seen a lot of people buy even the J Pros for like $50, $55 and then use Vanish to get it down to 24, 25 joules per terahash at 70 terahash. And at that point, like you said, they're going to use the 3,000 watts anyways. So for them, it is an efficient solution. But I do agree, if you're looking for newer equipment, I don't think it necessarily makes sense. We need to find a way to bridge that gap.
Yeah, on that point, I'd like to actually talk about how Vanish can help these miners, because they've mentioned Vanish a few times, and essentially it is firmware, right? So if you have stock firmware that comes with the Bitmain app miner, right? Now, if you use custom firmware, it's essentially like jailbreaking like an iPhone, right? You enable new options, more customizability, and that's what Vanish is. So let's say you want to, because we're focusing on heat today, right? Let's say you want to maintain a stable power output of that 3 kilowatts that we mentioned earlier. What does Vanish enable? Well, you can actually dynamically adjust voltage and frequency depending on things like ambient temperatures, chip conditions, and cooling performance changes, right? So for example, let's say you've got an operator and you've set that miner to deliver 3 kilowatts of continuous heat, perhaps to dry your jerky or to dry some wood over the long term, right? Our firmware would mean that you'd be able to do things like hold power close to 3 kilowatts. You'd be able to tune each of the hash boards to maintain stable operation there. You could adjust things like fan speed or work with pump controls. You can actually reduce performance if chip temperature or error rates rise. Remember, we talked about the thermostat. So ultimately, stock firmware wouldn't let you do this because there are simply too few presets that stock firmware would have. So Vanish opens up all these possibilities, and like heat reuse. So that I just wanted to make that point while we're talking about Vanish.
Yeah, recently, if anybody's familiar with the Heat Punk organization, what they're doing, Tyler and the guys at Exergy took the API codes from Canon's Home series and they integrated them into Home Assistant. So the miners will ramp up or ramp down depending on the temperature that you set in your thermostat. On top of that, a device like the Mini 3, where it's a little bit less, it's only 800 watts, so it's not enough heat, but it's good enough heat for a bedroom or maybe a living room. Those are thermostat-controlled devices. You can set the temperature to what you want, and the device ramps up. When the room hits a certain temperature, then the device goes into idle, and then it kicks back on when you need it to. So I think having more consumer-friendly, easily, readily available products will start to help bridge that gap and then expand from there.
I also want to circle back to how do we get people to use the miners instead of the normal heaters. And what I've seen is, in the past few years, everything is very disposable. And I think a miner is still way more robuster than a normal heater that you might have to buy several times during a decade. But if you can convince people that the miner is much robuster and you're going to have to buy it once every, I don't know, 3 to 5 years.
But what about a more robust heater that costs a little bit more?
Yeah, that's where you have to start playing with marketing or something like that. But yeah, I mean, you can definitely target these guys like, hey, don't buy this disposable thing that you're going to use just this winter. Maybe use it and then store it away, use it again, store it away, use it again.
I like what Dan was saying, actually. The idea that if we can get parity, which I think is quite close, at least on an industrial scale, right? If we can maintain that parity at a lower hash rate, right? Let's say on just a simple miner that you buy to heat your garage, right, or a couple, then I think this becomes a much more, accurate conversation for the decade.
Let's start at the end. Nicholas, what are you hopeful and excited for in the nearest term, say the next 12 months in the front on this whole heating front?
A proof of concept, I would say. Like being able to showcase something done with the heat reusage at the level, maybe not like in Finland because it's already done, for the heat recycling for the heating districts, but like in other cases, just like charcuterie, fish, jerky, timber, something that you can definitely show to the world, like, look, this was optimized by the heat of that exactly mining farm, or we use this equipment to optimize this kind of process in a completely different industry that is not Bitcoin mining.
I think we need to first, we're speaking to all sorts of industries, different types of clients, but figure out the best use case that is most scalable, replicable, scalable, and then maybe, like you said, market the shit out of it to have more and more people learn it. I think you need to focus on first one real successful use case that has clear economic, beneficial, long-term value, and then start from there rather than target hundreds. And it's like focused investing in the beginning, like don't too early diversify, first build up and then benefit from the rest. But I would say that's what I hope for, to have a really in the next year or two have something to present that we can say that's a scalable model, like hotels with pools or we will see. We will see what will succeed.
I'm hopeful about Dan's project, to be honest. What you said was really, really interesting about, finding a cheaper solution in a way that, the client doesn't necessarily know that you're using that for mining and decentralizing the mining pool even more. It's very interesting, and if that is something you're working on, I'm very hopeful on it.
Yeah, I think we've seen companies, Superheat released, their water heater, and whether it's in production or actually finally released, is one thing. But I like to see that the industry is at least progressing in that direction. I think a water heater makes perfect sense, and you can get one in almost any home.
Yeah, what I'm most excited about is these conversations spur new technology innovation. When you look at the guys at Hash Rate House who've built a immersion tank with a heat exchanger to heat your hot tub, that's awesome. Hot tubs are a luxury item, and people are ready to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on a hot tub. If you get a little immersion pod with it and drop a used miner in there and you can heat most of it with that, you're just augmenting your power cost down. But as we see more and more heat reuse options, we're also seeing more and more cooling tech that we've seen out here as well. In fact, in a couple of minutes, Jordan from Flux has a keynote coming on talking about cryo cooling, like directed chip stuff that just boggles my mind. And it's amazing to see that come up. And what capacity is that going to have to tap into a heat pump for industrialized or enterprise scale systems that will then, 10 years down the line be able to scale down, where you might be able to have a couple petahash running in something at home. And I'm just, the innovation that Bitcoin brings and mining brings is moving the world forward in so many incredible ways that just would have been unheard of just 10 years ago.
Okay, well, I'll speak about this from the firmware point of view. Once we have that proof of concept, then Venetia can move forward with actually preparing firmware that's sort of organized for the heat reuse industry. I mean, think about it. We could develop our products in a way that firmware or Pulse, which is our monitoring solution, our new one at that, it can receive commands direct from things like thermostats or greenhouse controllers, maybe programmable logic controllers or PLCs, right? Heat storage tanks, building management systems, even electricity price systems, right? So there's this need to coordinate mining with these systems in order to make that firmware more effective, if you see what I mean. So, from the firmware side, it's absolutely possible, and, we can scale up our solutions to then fit that greater trend.
We've talked about a lot of different ideas here, from homeless encampments above industrial miners, not exactly how it was worded, but more or less what I'm envisioning.
That's exactly how it was meant.
Park their RVs right above the shipping containers, or they can sleep right inside. They maintain them. I mean, we talked about education. We need the people to maintain the ASICs. And then Dan, your ocean-going plastic cleaner-up ship turns it into fuel. That sounds really cool. I think that would get a lot of people that are more green-minded going, hey, maybe this whole energy and Bitcoin thing isn't so bad if there's even like a one-person man thing and just maintain it, or a crew, or even robots going around cleaning up the ocean, eating up the plastic. There's a whole lot of ideas here, and I am very much looking forward to seeing what comes out of this. But it's like you said, proof of concept. We need to be able to show people, hey, look, here's this guy beef jerky, here's this lumber, here's this homeless village, whatever it is. Maybe homeless is on my mind because where I live in the Pacific Northwest, there's a lot of homeless. And
what about Bitcoin miners? Thoughts?
What about
Bitcoin farms to feed the homeless and house them?
Yeah, the greenhouses, and they can eat the beef jerky. Absolutely.
Heat reuse village, yeah.
Yeah, heat reuse village, yeah, a whole circular economy right there. So aside from these outlandish ideas, some of them a little bit outlandish, I think there's a lot that could happen here, and I'm definitely looking forward to it. Closing thoughts, we've got about 12-ish minutes, so it gives us each about 2 minutes. Start down with Nicholas and just work down the line. Take about 2-ish minutes to just any thoughts, any fun stories, anything that you're looking forward to, any ideas that you've got, wrap things up.
Yeah, a funny story is that at the location I used to work in Ethiopia, guys kept the coffee warm with the hot aisle of the location. 'Cause for them, coffee is a bit like sacred. So reheating coffee is not an option. So they left the pot with the coffee there, and it was pretty funny to see. And then after lunch, we were all sharing inside that scorching hot aisle, sharing coffee. But like, why not? But yeah, I mean, no, I think I don't have anything else to add. Just that's funny story.
Okay, okay.
Well, we Swiss people are not very known for our humor, and to be funny, quite the opposite. So I would rather skip that.
You know, share a sad story if you got one.
Let me think about it.
I think I want to end with this. To me, it really comes down to how can people use it to make it more efficient on their day-to-day life. And I have two friends that I know that really, to them, like you said, it's all about trying to break even and do it more of a fun consumer project. One of them owns a greenhouse, and he uses it to heat up his farm and keep his vegetables, running all winter, which is very hard in Canada. And I think that, I commend him for that. And it's actually, cheaper for him in the sense of like, he is in a very remote location, so he really likes having that optionality, even if it does cost them a little bit more because of the setup fees. And another, piece of information is my mechanic, my garage that I work at. I love racing cars. I think it's so much fun. And he uses it to heat up his cars and keep them in storage. And also, at his garage, at his shop, it's a good way to subsidize some of the energy costs. And I think that people can get really creative once, they fall into the Bitcoin trap and understand Bitcoin more and want to learn more. They'll find ways to integrate it into their day-to-day life. And I think that's what we need more of. When you talk about education, it's how can I utilize this to my advantage, number one. And number two, it's, does this fit in my day-to-day life? Can I utilize this? Is it worth it for me? And like, Bradley said, sorry, it really comes down to the use case of that specific person and if that makes sense for them. Because you can't just tell people that, you have to be mining Bitcoin. But if, they start educating, they get more educated in that, in that topic and say, you know what, I want to try something different, that's how we're going to get more proof of concepts.
Yeah, I love those stories. There was one on one of the earlier panels talking about a guy who was doing microgreens, and I think it was North Carolina, and then he had this whole system. He bought, I think, 2 new S21s because he wanted to upgrade his system, and he's got be able to farm all these microgreens and his hydro set up there. And then he was talking to a buddy that does some other kind of mining and or farming. And so I love those little stories about sharing. And hey, what do you got going on over there? What's that noise? Well, let me tell you.
You just reminded me of a really funny story. I had a friend who was a small miner, and he was actually using what's it called? So he was a farmer, and he was taking I forget the word, sorry, but it is the thing you use to basically ferment the grass.
Fertilizer?
Fertilizer, exactly. He was actually using fertilizers as energy base to mine Bitcoin. So he was taking the fertilizer and putting it in a machine, and it was emitting gas, and he was turning that gas into electricity, and he was using that to mine. And I found that so interesting back in the day. It was really, really cool. It was this young 19-year-old, he was studying to be an engineer, and I found it like super cool project.
Yeah, being a retailer, we always have clients, various clients who get really creative with what they're doing with their miners. One comes to mind. There's a retired gentleman who, he finally retired and he wanted to travel, and he's up in the northern part of the United States and travels to Canada, and he bought a lifetime pass to different RV parks. He has an RV, so he travels to different RV parks. He stuck an Avalon Q inside his RV because with the pass or whatever that he gets free 50 amp service every time he pulls up to an RV site. So he just pulls up and he heats it, keeps his camper nice and warm, and plugs in a Q, and he's got 1,700 watts of heat, which is plenty enough to heat his RV for him. And yeah, essentially he stays for free wherever he goes and travels, which is pretty cool, especially when you're retired and you're on limited income as it is. It makes sense.
Yeah, that is a cool. That made me think. My mind just went. Can I live out of an RV? Maybe I can be the wrangler at one of these homeless camps. Bring it back to that once again. Dan?
Yeah, that's the RV aspect is something I've looked at, and every time I see someone advertise, a rent, utilities included. I'm like, oh boy, that's dangerous. But a couple of stories I've got. So I have a stranded gas site in Pennsylvania, and it is 45 minutes from the nearest town if you speed up the mountain, 3 miles from the nearest power pole. And I've got a picture on my LinkedIn somewhere where I was reheating leftover pizza in a Ziploc bag in the hot aisle. And I've got my upstream data cap on, and I think I tagged Steven in that one, but I'm cooking lunch in the hot aisle in the middle of the mountains in nowhere, Pennsylvania. And it's just the ingenuity, as I mentioned earlier, the ingenuity is incredible. Last year I was on, I think it was a Mining Disrupt stage with Andy Pizzandi, and he's talking about using ASIC chips to do the heating elements on his 3D printer. So he's 3D printing using ASIC chips to heat the filaments to make whatever he was making, and just the ingenuity out there is incredible that this industry brings.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it makes me wonder what kind of ideas will be expressed and coming about and proof of work concepts when AI gets in the race and like, well, let's try this. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, let's do that. Bradley, final thoughts?
Yes, as final thoughts to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that are paying attention. This is probably not something that we'll see in the short term until mining industry and the market becomes more profitable for small miners specifically. The kinds of small operations that are needed to heat these different things. I think for industrial scale options, for instance, like a very large wood heating factory or something, get a good amount of petahash in there, and I think it could be doable. But I think for people, say, heating their garages, heating their homes, for instance, we're just not quite there yet. It's too the industry is too orientated towards the big guys right now. I hope that we democratize that soon.
Bradley, you're supposed to be excited and hopeful.
Well, that's why I said hashtag hard fork, Bitcoiners.
Matthias, did you come up with a story down there?
Oh, no, not yet. We're Swiss, we're also slow. Not only not funny, but we're also slow, so I'm still thinking. Okay. But I want to say that, yes, I agree with all the panelists. It was an honor to be with you guys here. Thank you very much, because we need to expand consciousness and show the world that Bitcoin is a net positive and not the opposite. And we will get there, because we're warriors, aren't we? So keep fighting. Thank you for everything you're doing. I really admire and appreciate your work, and together we're strong, and let's make it happen. Towards a better future.
Yeah, one thing that just came to my mind when Bradley was mentioning it's still not super profitable for the low end there. As we see the more widespread adoption of things like Bitcoin ETFs, I've talked about big company producing consumer products, something like a Honeywell or someone saying, hey, here's your home heater, it's a smart heater, connect up, and just moving the Bitcoin elsewhere. I still think there's a big barrier for entry of convincing consumers to buy a Bitcoin product. But if it was a X company, Honeywell Investments, sub entity who's doing this, and the Bitcoin feeds into an ETF that can then diminish some of their management costs, or help grow that, then your discussion with consumers isn't jump on the Bitcoin bandwidth. It's you buy this and you want to profit from your equipment, pick up this mutual fund. Or something along those lines, or buy this and redeem this code and get 10 shares in your portfolio, where the customer does get some of the upside. They don't have to go out and get a tangent, they don't have to buy a wallet or an exchange or learn Bitcoin or configure a pool or anything. They get the end result still, and it's something that is explainable to their investments portfolio guy, or they can log into their E-Trade and redeem this code and get your shares and just kind of participate in that. That just came up. I don't know if that's feasible. Engineers out there, someone invent that, but I think that'd be pretty dope.
Yeah. I think it's Bitcoin is still too esoteric for so many people. They just go, wait, what? My heater and it does this. It's just too many moving parts in their minds. And I think we do need a clear proof of work, and maybe the Clarity Act will start bringing some of those things about. Real hopeful there, but we'll see. But yeah, I think whatever that iPhone type moment is, will be something that really ushers in, because after the iPhone, Samsung and everybody else put a touch screen on everything, and everything's connected to the internet, and that all a lot of it traces back to the iPhone. Because like, oh, That's what interacting with the internet looks like. It's not just over on my computer over in the corner. It's a thing that I'm using all the time. And I mean, is anyone here not have everybody here has a smartphone or a computer, something. And I think that the day is coming in the probably not so distant future where you've got something in your home that is doing something with Bitcoin. Whether or not you're aware of that, it's going to probably be doing something. Thank you so much, everyone. This was Boiling the Ocean, and we didn't really talk about too much with the ocean, except cleaning it up, maybe. Dan's project. I hope to see that in the not-so-distant future. And we will have Jim Morin up from Rensa talking about air filters and how to protect your investments. Thank you much. Yeah, thank you. Okay, the title of this presentation is Your Filter's Favorite Filter, Prevent Air Intake Protection Filter Screen. That's a lot of filtering, and it doesn't even have anything to do with BIP 110. Here's Scott from Rensa.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for your time. Very quickly.
Green button.
Oh, I get to do it. Okay, cool. Hey, real quickly, Rensa is a global filtration company. We have 17 distinct filtration companies, 10 of which are distinct manufacturers of air and water filtration. So there's not a thing that we don't do related to filtration, but our most unique product is called Prevent. And what it is, it's a poly mesh that covers the containers or the intakes, and it captures the majority of particulate down to 10 microns. Face loads all the pollen, dust, debris before it gets into the equipment. So with it, you're going to find that those containers are going to stay clean 2 to 3 times longer. Your pleated filters will last as much as 3 times longer. And it comes in a multitude of flavors, but really what's applicable is this product here. It's a custom product. We make it to each piece of equipment. There's no limitation as far as size or shape. In most cases, it connects magnetically, and it's a lot easier to clean this mesh in place while the equipment's running with a shop vac, stiff brush, or hose than it is to change pleats as often as you may be doing it. And the only concerns we ever hear are airflow resistance. It's 0.06 at 1500 CFM. Over 250 train branches are using it. Camfill private labels it. It's a product that's warranted for 5 years. It's been around 15 years, and virtually every single one we've ever sold is still in use today. And really, just a quick application photo. Like I said, most cases mounts magnetically. So if you're having issues with particulate, pollen, dust, debris, This will keep it out, and it's a heck of a lot easier to clean this media in place, keep those containers clean, keep those pleated filters. And another option that we also have is a lot of the Bitcoin places, once they've proven how this keeps the particulate out, they find that they don't even need the pleated filters anymore because the concern isn't air quality, it's particulate. So it's a much greener solution. And where they do have pleated filters, say MERV 8, less green, more waste disposal, we replace it with what we call our MEC 8 filter. It's a washable metal MERV 8 filter. You'll have higher initial cost, but long-term you'll save a fortune. And it's really applicable to anywhere you have an air intake where you're getting affected by particulate, you have to clean equipment, you're changing pleats, but you don't want to do it again for a long time. So Jim Moran is our director of Global Data Center and Bitcoin. We're over at booth 385. If you have any questions or you'd like to take it further, I'd be glad to help you out. Thanks everybody for your time. I feel like a rock star without the groupies.
Up next is Jordan Hidalgo from Flux Technologies. There's your clicker, yeah. Green button is forward, red is back if you need to go back.
Green forward, red back.
Yeah, and you'll see it right down there.
Perfect. Hey, everybody. My name is Jordan. I'm here representing Flux. This is the first time we've talked about this publicly after about a year and a half of work. So you're getting it unrefined and fresh. What we're working on is commercializing superconducting architecture for Bitcoin mining with a long-term target of under 1 joule per terahash. The whole industry's answer to rising power costs has been to go find cheaper power. Hiding from sandstorms in the desert, ducking fireballs at gas wells, chasing a river into the mountains, drilling in the side of a volcano, basically everywhere except somewhere you'd actually want to be. I've spent the last year or two getting into the energy economics of this industry, and the conversation always ends up in the same place. Go find it cheaper somewhere else. Not much talking about just using less of it. The industry's sitting here waiting on the big three to push the next generation and hoping the efficiency gap closes on its own. And to their credit, they're trying. Dunking machines in fluid, running water lines through the hardware, basically giving their ASICs a spa day. Physics says it won't be enough. There's a floor on how efficient CMOS silicon can get, and the industry's approaching it, whether the manufacturers say so or not. The material has to change eventually. We intend to be the ones who take it there, and we think this is the right room to start that conversation. This is the efficiency wall. 15 joules air-cooled, 10 on hydro. The gains are narrowing, and the ceiling is closer than most people want to admit. Miners lived this once. Physics forced the jump from GPU to ASICs. It will inevitably happen again, and we will be there. We're raising a small amount now to get our chip produced this fall. Under 5 joules per terahash is the current target, and the test chip's how we prove it. 1 joule is the long-term outlook. We get there when the next generation materials mature enough to operate at higher temperatures and scale, and that work is already underway. So street hockey versus ice hockey is my attempt at a simple analogy for what's happening at the physics level. Superconductors have zero resistance. The only energy we spend is keeping them cold. Same game, fundamentally different energy costs from what is currently being used. We locked and validated Energy Closer last month in full simulation. The chip burns almost nothing. The only real cost is keeping it cold. And cryogenic overhead at this scale is well understood. Science has been doing it reliably for decades at far more extreme conditions than what we need here. The CERN particle collider being one of the best examples, running at, let's say, a 250x overhead at 2 Kelvin, which is much more difficult and costly than what we are looking to do. This is what this means for the miner in the room. 1/3 the footprint, 3 times the density in the same physical space, twice the production out of the same megawatts. The savings on screen are massive, and those are at 5 joules, not 1. At 10 cents a kilowatt hour, conventional mining's underwater. At 5 joules, that math flips. Urban rates that kill everybody in this room become viable. And for operations that can't make that work, they'll be headed back out searching for the next remote location in the middle of nowhere. Why now is simple. The big players in AI and quantum are pouring billions into cryogenic infrastructure, driving up energy costs on one side and driving down the cost of cryo systems on the other. Both trends point directly at us. This is where we are at now. Architecture is locked. 2028 is the target for 1 joule, and we'd be surprised if that industry didn't push this out a couple of years. So we're planning accordingly. We just opened our pre-seed and have fabrication proposals in hand to get the test chip built by the end of the year. Simulation puts projected system power at under 5 joules, technically at about 3.5, but I figure 5 is aggressive enough for today. And the test chip will prove it in hardware. I'm Jordan from Flux. I appreciate the time. Contact info on the website are right there, or come find me through the doors on your left behind you. Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you. Thank you, Jordan. That was Jordan from Flux. Next up, we have Kaiser Song from Hash Cycle Solutions giving a talk on building a circular economy. This is really good because Jeremy was talking about that, and I think it is a very important part of Bitcoin, whether you spend and replace or you just work within these circular economies. I think it's a great way to grow adoption. Kaiser Song.
Yes, sir.
Green button is forward, red is back if you need to.
Oh, this is going forward. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Hi, good afternoon. It's really my pleasure to be here today. When I got invited, I was surprised. I said, wow, it seems, is kind of the time to talk about this topic. This is a small issue, but could be creating trouble, just like everything else, right? So when we're talking about Bitcoin mining, everybody talking about, how much megawatts you have, right? What's the price? And only a few people might ask the question, hey, what are we going to do about the miners when they are done, when they are no longer profitable? And this is one of the stocks we picked up recently from New York. They have been there for over 6 years collecting dust, and the owner is keep paying the cost for monthly payment. And we helped them solve this issue in 1 week. So I just want to remind everybody, all the equipment, when they are not profitable, didn't mean they are trash. They can become resources. And what is city mining? City mining is a new term. I really like the term. It's kind of using the above ground resources, to recycling all the metals, all the hardwares, reuse, repair the parts. If we can resell it, aftermarket, we'll do it. And then if nothing really reusable, we'll get back to the basic elements. We'll get the aluminum, get the copper, get the silver, get the gold. So when we are doing that, what we focus was first, recover the value. We creating value for ourselves and also for our customer. We have to, win the bid, right, to get the cargo. And then another is the risk. Most of the mining site is in the remote area. There's not a lot of good traffic there, a lot of good people handling the equipment. So we can provide the turnkey solutions to get all done smoothly. So far, we have collecting over 20,000 miners a month, basically. We have been doing this for a while. And I can tell you, every time I will get a phone call to say, hey, Kaiser, we got this issue, we got that issue. So we have got the experience, and we got to know what we are doing, and improve the operations, strengthening the stories for all the operators, especially for guys that they are public companies. So what we do is we're handling the ownership, clear the record, logistics, We do from packaging all the way to shipping. And if we need to export, we'll export to mainly to the Asia market, downstream and reporting. I only got 1 minute left, so I need to speed up. Overall, I just want everybody to remember, choose hedge cycle and enjoy easy peasy. We really want to make it simple. It is a small issue, but it can create troubles. And we will do our best to make it easy for you. We have national coverage. We got warehouse in Texas, Florida, Chicago, New Jersey, California, and we just opened a new one in North Dakota. And we are building our customized flow lines like to handling all the metals in Texas currently. It's ongoing, and we hope we'll make it working kind of end of the year. We should be able to handle like 50,000 miners a month. So this is the end of my story, and I really want everybody to remember your old miner is not a burden. It's not trash. It's a valuable asset you have, and will help you to turn that value into reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaiser. Our final speaker of the day is Marcus from Blue Hawk. I hope you're all doing wonderful out there. I am not doing so great because I realized this morning I completely forgot my wife's birthday yesterday. So I'm going back home to a wife who is going to be maybe a little miffed about that. So we'll see if I can make up. But here's Marcus from Blue Hawk talking about flare gas mining.
Woo. Yeah, all right. Oh, thank you very much. I'm going to set that here. How are we doing? The crew gave me $5 to speed things up so they can go home. Get out of here. So I'm Marcus from Blue Hawk Energy Solutions. We have a booth that's right across the table. What we're going to talk about is flare gas mining. Is it okay if I walk around? I'm not a podium guy, so I don't know. So we've been doing this for a little bit over a year. We've explored, ways not to do it, and so now we have it dialed in. We do have Renegade Miner magazine. You might see some copies out on the seats out there. If not, you can pick up a copy right across the hall. But it's a lot of the things that we've learned, right? And we want to pass that knowledge on. Free magazine gives you some ideas on what to do. So we're just, let's see, big button. There we go. All right, so my partner John developed this slide, right? Everybody familiar with Landman? Does that look like Billy Bob? Not really. So John I'm looking at that, and John, this is the first time I saw the presentation was this morning, and that's the graphic that I got, right? So John, we're the next Landman. So we're Landman for the digital age. And so if you've ever watched the TV show Landman, it's a great show. It's great drama. It's funny. But, everybody has the idea, I'm going to roll out to one of these ranches that has a flare on it. We're going to talk. You talk to the operator. He says he's got the best gas in Texas, right? The sweetest. It's never going to end. All that great stuff, right? So the miner's eyes, you're looking out there and you're spinning with dollar signs. And you sprint. You're only thinking of what you can get, but there's so many steps that you need to take care of when you do it. And if you don't see the forest through the trees, you're going to fail spectacularly, like burn, right? So where flare gas, you don't want that picture, like your project's going down in flames. So today I'm going to give you the foundation and show you how not to get burned with this. So if you want, there's a QR code on the screen. You can download the first 2 copies absolutely free of Renegade Miner magazine. I encourage you to do so. We have hard copies available behind us, but we're going to kind of go through what this is. So every operator, again, we've worked all through the United States, through Canada. We have projects in Finland, Africa. So we've had experience with people saying, hey, we have the best gas that flows forever. About 5% of that's accurate, okay? So what you're looking for in a gas flare site is you want high methane, high BTU, low inerts, zero sulfur. Sulfur will kill everything. It'll kill your gen sets that you put on the flares. It'll hurt your machines. You'll end up replacing it a lot faster. So we don't look for that. So when someone says they have great gas, it's sweet, it's not. If it has sulfur, it's bad, right? So just we need to remember that. When you're planning your sites, always plan higher utilization. So we're looking for 400 that we're going to put a 300 MCF machine on, okay? The decline curve is the well telling you how long it plans to love you. So that's an important aspect. You know, the gas might be great and flow great, but it's going to nosedive sooner than your power purchase agreement happens. So one thing that's very, very important, you know, it's, let's see, got minute and 20. So another important thing, royalties, lands, and the pitchforks. So everyone who says they've met them early, oil wells get passed on from generation to generation. I don't know if everybody knows that. And the farther they get from the source, the more people that are involved. So we're trying to tell you to get that communication out and early. So if a sailor's right and Bitcoin grows, another comma, third, fourth, fifth cousins are going to come out of the woodwork and want a piece of that. Okay? So you want to make sure that the DOI language is in writing, or you get to meet the whole family, you know, one way or another. Another thing that you need to think about is they're noisy. Okay? So in the middle of nowhere has 4 houses next to it, a school, and you're going to set down, you know, 320, you know, ASICs that aren't quiet. Okay? So you need to think about that and get everybody involved. 22 seconds going. Okay. So you want to make sure that you have the gas, the land, the DOI, and Earl, because Earl is the guy that you need to talk to. Earl is going to be a guy who calls you at 6 in the morning, right? Your machines are too loud. They're causing too much this, too much that. So you need to make friends with Earl and the people around in that community. And that's what Blue Hawk does. We've already vetted all the gas that we sell with great buyers. I just want to real quick here. We have one of the lowest mining sites per kilowatt. It's 3.5. It's great gas. We're doing our first hosting project. Introductory price at 4.9. And we can facilitate volumes from a half megawatt all the way up to 150 megawatts at this time. So don't get burned. We're across. I'm over. Scan the QR code. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you so much, Marcus. That was our final speaker of the day, but we still have the movie Dirty Coin showing at 3:30. There's going to be popcorn, nachos showing right here. Make sure you stick around. Enjoy that when it kicks off at 3:30, a couple hours from now. Before then, you've got time to walk the halls, meet with the people with the booths, and make sure you take a picture of both of, well, either one of these. It's the same QR code. These panels on the side, either one of them, to get tickets to the Mining Disrupt and Intelligence Disrupt happening under the same roof Q1 next year. Don't have the final date locked in just yet, but it is going to be next year, bringing those two industries together. Even though they are kind of a merged industry, it's going to be very good to have those two entities shaking hands, meeting each other, sharing ideas. Also, make sure you tune in to the weekly news show that I do over on the Mining Disrupt news channel on YouTube. We'll be back in a little while for the movie.